Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 2 of Seasons of Death Spring, The Deniable Woman. Ha 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 ha. Uh, that's all I wanted to say. Welcome, everyone. Hi. So it is the summer, and it is the tail end of summer. And when the school year starts, I will be really swamped with lots and lots of admin. And so I wanted to have the best joy possible and have the most exciting RPGs at the end of the summer. And that is what one of these things are. And I am so pleased to be able to be continuing the Seasons of Death with our third season, Spring. But first, I've got to do the stuff. Thank you for being here. You being here makes all the difference. You watching, you hanging out with us, playing for, I don't know if you've ever done live theater or live performance, but having an audience there just really gives this kind of energy that really just makes everything more exciting. And we are indeed live, and I see you all out there in chat. I see each and every one of you. So you being here makes this really big difference. Thank you very, very much. And that's the best thing you can do to support us. Other things you can do to support us would be to retweet or reskeet so that other people can find us and come and join the fun. You can give tips or bits, and if you do so and you leave a message, I will read that message out at the end of the show. You can be one of our Patreons, which is at Academic Foxhole. Doing that will help pay for the cast, which, over there. We also have a very special tier, a sponsor tier, which is $200, which will pay for a cast of 4 people for 1 week for one show. And that is limited also to 4 people. And our current sponsor is Willen TW, who has been around for a very long time and is amazing. And I just don't know what our community would be like without him. It's also there theoretically if some business, like, I don't know, some big massive corporation wants to go and give us $200. Good on you. It's not happened, but if they did want to, it's there. And you get a special shout out, a space in the credits, and also once a month a special ad, radio ad, for you, or anything you want. So let me see. I think those are all the ways to engage with us. Thank you for being here. But now, also, yes, I have the pleasure of playing with a really awesome RPer who is also a Texan, just like the Chicks, and is also a musician, just like the Chicks, and may also secretly be a member of that band. We don't know. I can't say. Who will be playing, well, I suppose they will have to tell you. So if you do not mind, without further ado, could I say to you, my dear player, tell me who you are and who you're playing, if you would.
Yes, I can. Hi, I am PB from at PBPlaysInside, where you can find me in various places. But more importantly, today I am playing Alyssa Lynn Hall, codename Agent Loki. And I am so excited to be here today and play the game with such an awesome GM in our beloved Trooper SJP out here. Gonna give us a wonderful show today, and I'm so excited for the I'm sure mindfuckery that's about to happen.
Maybe yes. So pardon me. So here's the thing. As we start, I just want to say that we have got this system is this really cool system. It's Gumshoe 1-to-1, which is adapted for 1 player, 1 GM. And in order to do that, they've got a number of sort of special tools, including all of these cards that you can see. These cards represent contacts, problems, and edges. And on the left are all of the ones that have been earned. On the right are all of the ones that these special edge masteries that are our characters' edge masters. You get to choose 3 of them in this system for Night's Black Agent solo ops that represent they tell you something about this character. So before we just jump into it, why don't we learn a little bit about your character through the choices you've made? your 3 edge masteries. Could you tell us what they are, what skills they're connected to, and what that says about your character?
My edge masteries are, oh, they're on the page. I don't even have to click on that. Our sleight of hand is a filch mastery, and I get to discard to declare retroactively that I have pawned a small object, a key, a memory stick, a credit card, a poker chip that was mentioned in an earlier scene. I have connected cover, which is surprisingly a cover mastery. I've gotten several well-established alternative identities and discard when undercover to have a GMC recognize you as your alternate identities. The GMC vouches for you. I know this guy. He's a gambler, not a spy. And then finally, my third mastery is unshakable. It is a cool mastery. Nothing touches you, nothing leaves a mark. If you still hold this card at the end of the operation, discard it to counter any problem.
Nice. And you have earned a number of edges so far. You're really building yourself up. You've got a folder with, passports, ID from Linklaith, who we'll talk about. And you have 2 promises. Coin of the Realm, which is a bunch of money from MI6, and you might get a favor from them if you do this well. You've also learned you have got a Defiant to the last, that you're able to stand in the face of this top-knotted blonde man who's been haunting you for some time in your memory, and that has given you some inner strength that might help you later. And also, you have the Watcher. You have a sense of your psychologist watching you, which you can ditch that card to automatically advance on a sense trouble test. Can talk about that. And also, you have the Doctor, who is your psychologist, except that you don't. There's some questions about that actually, but that's fine. But of course, your starting problem is that you have this voice message from your old handler saying that he seemed afraid or drunk, maybe both, and that he found out some stuff, including something about your mother, and that you were right, and he has to talk to you, and it's really important, but he did not leave contact information. So that's everything on the table. I imagine we should recap what happened last time, just so that we are all on the same page, I guess. So, what happened last time? I'm going to leave it to you first, so I can drink Dr. Pepper.
Oh, last time on Night's Black Agent Solo Spring, you found Loki talking to her therapist who couldn't remember much, which unsettled her to the point she kind of escaped that by bamboozling her therapist. Then returning back to her returning to her very empty apartment in London, or her flat. And
well, before that you had your meeting with Linklaith.
Oh, I did have Linklaith. Sorry, I forgot, just like how I forgot how I got there and how long I had been there, according to the previous Americano I had been drinking. And Linklaith, a very particular individual with a lot of confidence in himself, a lot of confidence and a lot of money, but not that much money. He's not filthy rich. He's just extremely rich. And there's a difference. I'm sure you understand. Yes. And he came to me and proposed a job in which my old mentor, Harry Coleman, who was always there for me when I was undercover, apparently he has gone missing. And not only has he gone missing, he's gone missing doing some kind of, I wouldn't say off the books things, but not exactly on the books. And this was particularly interesting to me, aside from being my mentor. He had very recently left me a voice message, a drunken message, maybe confused. I don't know. It was very unlike Coleman to send me something so frantic. telling me something about how I was always correct about something and something about my mother. But that's, he was blathering on about something or other. I really didn't think too much about it because my mom's been dead for over 20 years. So that's kind of a weird thing to bring up. He didn't even know my mom. So, but with these two things combined, it brought me a lot of interest. And honestly, I'm not that busy right now. So, why not?
You're on medical leave, is that right?
Yeah. I'm on medical leave. Just just for a short while. Really a precaution. Should be back with the main team at MI6 anytime now. It's it was a rough last undercover job. It's,
Sure.
the vibes.
And why were you put on medical leave?
They didn't like my responses about a certain individual I had seen at a job, and I don't know. They've just not been believing me, and honestly, I've been told to believe in myself, so I kind of took that to heart for this one. So
That's true. You should believe in yourself. I think there are like a number of songs about that. Sort of
exactly.
feel good.
They need to believe in the me that believes in me. And they
Yeah.
weren't. So, this is like a trial separation right now. It's like, well, we'll be back
Right.
together.
Right. Yeah.
Uh,
Then you went home.
I did, to my very empty flat in the city.
Yep.
And
Super empty. Well, it wasn't completely empty. There was an entire jug of vodka.
Yeah, right under my sink.
Yeah.
Real safe in there. Nice. Never have to worry. You never have to worry about those plastic jugs. They don't break. No matter how many
Very
times
high
you drop
quality.
them.
Very high quality.
The highest. That's why they have it at the bottom shelf.
Yep.
I took that out and I drank that while looking at a list of facts about myself. My name, my parents' names, where I work. Just sort of like words of affirmation. Some people, I'm beautiful, I'm strong. Other people say I'm Alyssa Lynn Hall. My parents were Susan Catherine Hall and Paul William Hall. Work at MI6. We all have our own different mantras.
Sure.
And this one's mine. It's
kind of a weird mantra, but I'm into it. No judgment. Then you seem to take some. You went to your neighbor, said hi.
Yeah, or my dear neighbor, an elderly woman who is kind of lonely. Kind of always feel bad, but like I'm also never here because I'm always out on the job. So whenever I can, I try to stop by. And she had left some mail. Some mail had got into my house, so I decided to give her mail, and she won a trip. It was no, she didn't win a trip. She
was being scammed by somebody, but that's a different thing.
Yeah, she was being scammed by somebody, but that's fine because it won't happen again, because now she's gone to go visit her lovely son in America. And there she might have an extended stay after some unfortunate things happened to her apartment, totally unrelated to me.
Yeah. She did mention that some blonde guy with a top knot was your fiance and came by looking for you.
Yes, my beloved fiance, who just won't leave me alone no matter where I am. Oh, so lovely.
Lovely. Yeah.
Lovely man. And I now know that other people can see him too, which is great. So that's on the mantra now. That's on the list of and the blonde man is real.
That's not what MI6 said, but that's okay. Go on.
That's why we're on a trial separation. We have to grow in our own way separately before we can come back together.
Yeah. Did I believe you got to meet your friend, your nerd veterinarian friend?
I did. My nerd veterinarian friend. I did. I am on the way out of town for work, so I decided to stop by the people I care about, and it really should say a lot that the only people I care about are my neighbor I never see and a veterinarian who only kind of knows who I am. and I have to steal a dog every time I go. It doesn't matter. I
Yeah.
end up there after I found the lost dog. Really serendipitous, I would say.
Mhm.
I went to go visit my friend Jade,
Mhm.
and say kind of a goodbye, and also give her a gift because I can't go on vacation right now. I just got a job, so she's gonna have a wonderful break at in the Caribbean after she gave me a hard time about not going on a break myself. So
Yeah.
uh, so she's off.
Yeah.
After I essentially just kicked her in the butt, straight onto the plane, for the most part. So
Yeah. Yeah. Just in case. Just in case.
just in case, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a couple of friends, and I want to make sure that they're fine, especially when there's my fiance is out there,
Yeah.
looking for me.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that he comes directly to me next time he wants to talk instead of somebody else. You know, it's never good to speak in between people. You know, game of telephone never works out. Face to face is always
that
better.
You weren't home, you know?
Yeah, weird. Because if he would have asked, I would have told him exactly where I was.
Would you?
Oh yeah, I would love to meet him face to face. He's always so far away, almost like a shadow in the corner of your eye. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. It's fair. And I believe you went off to Moscow to see if you could find Harry Coleman. And I believe you are all touristed up.
I am. I'm ready to go. I just came back from London.
American tourist? Yes.
Yeah.
And you have gotten through the airport, a little bit of security and all of that, but you've gotten through and you have made it to Moscow. And you have a couple of leads, possible leads, right? There's the Cathedral Dome Investments, which is a investment company that, as far as you know, is basically run by MI6 in order to sort of surveil Russian oligarchs, but also to money launder. Like if you want to get money into agents or out, right, from informants, right? Like if you have an informant, right, and you need to pay them, you've got to find some way to do it that won't be seen or noticed, right? So this is one of these kinds of, it's a fake company, more or less. It's a company, but like it's really there to like pass money to informants, to get money, this sort of spy money moving sort of organization. And he worked for this place, Cathedral Dome. You know that. I believe that's your big main lead. You also know that Linklaith is at the embassy. And if you really needed to, you could come and arrange a meeting with him. He would like to get a report on when you have found Harry Coleman so they can get him out of the country and keep him safe. Although you get the sense that there's something a bit more going on with Linklaith, like he is really not all that invested in finding Coleman, is more invested just finishing it real quick, right? Like if Coleman's dead, let him be dead, just find out, let's go. If he is alive, let's get him and get him out of the country. And he also seemed to have been a little bit character assassination of our Harry Coleman, who you know is very stubborn when he finds something and is not actually a subordinate of Linklaith. He's doing his own private thing having to do with Russian military weapons and is around doing his stuff, and Linklaith doesn't seem to really be all that happy with it. Although he's currently missing. So, what would you like to do? And also, by the way, you know that your movements are being tracked by the FSB, which is the what came out of the KGB. But this is also, how do I put this? Not necessarily strange, right? Like they tend to monitor all foreigners coming in and out, at least for a while, before they decide it is or isn't interesting. So, what would you like to do? You know that you're being watched a little bit, and you have some leads. Right. The only other lead that I thought I should remind you is it's a possibility, but since you know that foreigners are always watched, you assume that somebody in the FSB was probably watching Harry Coleman at least whenever Harry Coleman was not able to ditch them. So if you could find out who might have been the person watching him, maybe you could also find out something about where he might be or something. So there you go. What would you like to do?
I would like to. About what time do you think I'm landing in Moscow?
Probably. Well, okay, because I'm a little bit extra, let me just check how long a flight is from London to Moscow. Because I feel like it's not that long, but let me just check. While we're here, how long is a flight from London to Moscow? Gonna just check. It's about 3.5 hours. So,
oh, wow.
yeah, it's pretty short. And I know that you did a bunch of
Wild.
stuff in the morning. So you're probably here, probably like what, 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening? It's like around dinner time, most likely, I would guess. Maybe 7.
That's a shame. Okay. So I am going to.
Because you didn't go to sleep. You left the same day.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
did all
yeah.
those errands.
Yeah. Because time is of the essence. Smile.
Mhm.
So, I guess what I will do is I'm going to find a hotel to stay at. Big touristy popular hotel.
Yeah. One near McDonald's?
Oh, absolutely. I have to go to one near McDonald's. I hear they have different foods at different McDonald's. It's wild.
I love that. Yeah, I imagine like there's probably like a tourist hotel near Red Square that you could go to and like, because that's where the tourists are gonna be. And yeah.
So I'm heading down there. I am making nice with any other tourists that may be there. Being like, oh my god, hi.
Okay, so I imagine you have got a number of different styles of tourists, right? You've got a number of like probably business people, European business people who are here to like make money. You have got probably a bunch of general sort of like American and European tourists who are there to like go see things and party. There's probably like some Andrew Tate style people who are there because of course they are. They're going to be somewhere where they can go be ridiculous. There are probably people who want to go dancing. There's probably like a lot of tourists. You probably have got some students abroad who are probably not staying here because it's probably too expensive for them because they're students abroad, but maybe not so far from the area. So you've probably got a nice mix of folks who are on tourism here. But again, there's a conflict with the Ukraine going on, and tourism to Russia from the West might be a little bit tricky. So it's always like a slightly weird mix of people, let's say. And of course, the people that are there, for Cirque du Soleil. There's no Cirque du Soleil, so they're not there for that. But if there were, right, they'd be there for the Cirque du Soleil.
Absolutely. I'm definitely finding the American tourist, like the clueless American tourist that's here because the deal was really cheap for obvious reasons. And I'm told that their American tourists are very easy to spot in the crowd in Europe. So
yep, they are. Tip 1, they're wearing sneakers and not leather shoes. That's one. Tip 2, they're wearing shorts in ways that are not appropriate because everyone else is wearing long pants. They're not wearing belts. They're dressed too casually for museums, churches, any kind of place where maybe you should not be in cutoff jeans, a Metallica t-shirt, and sneakers, like at a church, etc. Yeah, so you can, and also they're loud. They also talk quite loudly, so you can hear them before you see them, and they're very obvious. They're super obvious.
So really I am gravitating over towards them. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, hi. Hello.
Well, hey there, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much. It's nice to see a friendly face
Oh,
here.
yes. I'm Susan, and that's my husband over there, Herbert. What is he doing? Oh, he's going to get something for us. What are you doing?
Oh, I just got here. I'm on
Oh,
vacation. I'm backpacking through Europe. I just came from London.
oh, that's so
And
fancy. Are
did you
you a
guys
college
know that?
student?
No, thank you so much.
I mean, you look a bit
No,
old for a college student, but I mean, backpacking through Europe, you must be one of them. Well, I don't know, like an artistic type or something.
well, it's my first vacation in a long while. My dad
Ours
just sold his
too.
business.
What? That's
So
amazing.
yeah, and I work for my dad, so suddenly I'm unemployed, but I got a hefty little check there. And I
Well,
decided, you know what? Let me go backpacking through Europe. They talk about it in the movies all the time.
that they do. Now, see, as it turns out, my husband, Herbie, he actually did one of them 23andMe things. And all this time that he thought that he was from Scotland, but it turns out he's Russian, but he didn't know that. So we went and saved up for 5 years and took our vacation. And now we're here in Russia, the homeland. And nobody here speaks a lot of English. I mean, some people do. They do at the McDonald's. Did you know the McDonald's is really good here?
No, but I've heard. Do they have
It's
anything different?
Well, I suppose they do. You know, you could get like beer in the McDonald's there. I think that's very strange. But we try to get the food in the other restaurants, like the local restaurants, but the food's a little strange to us. So we're going to stick with the McDonald's for now. But, you know, we've seen the Red Square. We're going to go and see, we're going to see everything that we can as while we're here.
That is so cool. I am so excited for you guys. Have you guys seen the
Would you take a picture of
Kremlin?
us?
Oh,
Oh,
absolutely.
we haven't been to the Kremlin yet, but we're on our way there. We want to go see that, and we've got like a brochure from we actually still use a travel agent because we gave us a good deal, and so we got a brochure and everything. But Herbie, will you come over? What is your name, dear?
Oh, my name is. I didn't think about it. My name is Emily.
Oh, that's
I'm.
such a beautiful name.
Thank you.
Herbie, we got another. Where are you from?
Oh, I'm originally from California, but we
Oh,
recently moved
okay,
up to
California.
Washington.
Oh, I see. Oh, well, that's nice. I hear it's very beautiful. It's sunny all the time. Did you go surfing? Herbie, we've got someone's gonna take a photograph of us. Come over here, Herbie. Did you go surfing all the time if you're from California?
A little bit. I was more of a like dipping my toes in the water every once in a while and
Oh,
tanning outside.
well, I hear it's just Herbie, come over here right now. So sorry. He comes over there. Well, hello. My name is Herbert, and this is Emily. She's a Californian, and she's traveling throughout Europe with a backpack. Oh, I see. That's very interesting. And you're going to take a oh, and he hands over. He's got a camera. It's actually an actual sort of like slightly older school camera. If you take it, do you know how to use this?
Yeah, I can figure it out. I've taken plenty of pictures in my time. And
Oh,
I pick it up and it's facing me to start with. I'm like,
oh, no. Uh, and
I'm
they're like
like,
they stand
all
in
right.
front of the McDonald's, which has like Cyrillic on it, and they like point up to it. Uh,
I'm like, okay, all right, all right. All right, say,
uh,
I'm in Russia.
I'm in Russia.
Click, 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 click.
We're gonna be on our way to Euro Disney when we finish here because we thought that'd be my kind of nice as well. That seems like it'd be lovely. Uh, a little bit of Euro Disney, right? Yes. Now, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Are you taking time?
Yes. I am
Mm-hmm.
going to be taking some time to lose the
Mm-hmm.
interest of the FGB.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
F um s-
FSB.
FSB. FSB. A lot
Sure.
of B's.
Okay.
Um
Gonna note that. Hmm. And you take photographs of them because, right? And they would invite you to eat at McDonald's with them, and they would get you some food, and just to chat
Oh.
about like their whole life and how they actually like to go on cruises. And this one, the first time it's not a cruise, and it's like a whole thing about cruises. And
About cruises, yeah.
oh yeah, and like which cruise do you like? And they've been on a Norwegian, and then maybe this one, and so there's a lot of that. And as you are uh chatting with them, and you get the sense probably you're doing a very good job of of like seeming not interesting. But as you walk out of the McDonald's, perhaps you do some tourist stuff. You've got things to do, things that'll be fine. But as you do, you notice something. You notice like a rat by the trash outside of the McDonald's in the alley. And rats happen by trash. It's not a big deal. But this rat like gets on its hind legs and it looks at you. And it's like a dark rat with this kind of weird white patch of fur. And as you're moving throughout Moscow, throughout the city, you notice a rat that looks exactly the same multiple places. Like if you're at the Kremlin, you notice the rat there looking at you. If you're off in Gorky Park, you notice the rat looking at you. If you are just wherever you seem to go, this rat seems to be there looking at you.
I keep a note of it as I travel from place to place. Because I've been told a lot I'm a little paranoid and I am seeing things I'm not actually seeing. So I am utilizing some skills given to me by my therapist for whenever I see something that I don't know if it is real or not, including making sure to take a photo with it in the lens range. Oh, the focal range.
Yeah.
Taking a few photos where I can, where it pops out in a more obvious spot.
I need to ask you a question. Are these photographs, what are you using to take photographs? I mean, you're a tourist, you're taking photographs. That's not at all suspicious.
Yeah. So I am taking them with my phone, my iPhone 5000 or whatever they're up to nowadays.
Yeah. I love a good 5000.
And I'm like, it's taking some selfies here and there. And that's how I mostly am trying to catch the a glimpse of this rat. Especially by taking photos as I'm swinging my phone around.
Yeah.
Because the best way to take a selfie, everyone knows, is with a back camera at 0.7. So I am taking advantage of that. Maybe sometimes taking a video on accident. So I can look back.
Yeah.
And surveil.
So, two things. One, you may get rid of that problem card.
Marked?
The FSB has stopped finding you interesting. When do you look back at the footage that you've made?
Considering it's late when we are going around, even though it's still daytime, which weirds me out. Meet PB out, not Alyssa. Alyssa's used to it. She is from Europe.
Of course.
but it freaks me out how late it is. And there's a light out. So I am looking around, and after I've done the whole tourist thing with everyone, I'm like, oh, it's been such a long day coming back from London and all. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me, Susan and Herbert.
We will come and meet with you if you want for breakfast tomorrow at McDonald's.
I will definitely try to make it. I'm like a late riser, so I'll see if you guys are around. I'll join you guys, or if I see you around, I'll drop by and say hello.
Well, of course, we're gonna go vodka tasting today. There's a really nice sort of a vodka place that was in our brochure that was given to us by our travel agent, and they do a whole sort of flight of different vodkas. So we're gonna go and test that out, and we're gonna go like maybe on a little bit of a bus trip. I think it's gonna be really. Anyway, we will see you around. You know where to find us.
Of course. Thank you guys so much. It was so good meeting you, Susan, Mr. Herb.
Well, now remember, if your father's sold his business, you need to make sure that you can go and have you decided to invest. You should invest in stocks and bonds, and that sort of thing. Invest wisely.
I'll make sure to look into it when I'm back in the States, Herb. Thank you so much for all the advice.
Of course. And they're so excited, and they've got they're buying postcards of the Kremlin and of Red Square, and they've got like a Russia T-shirt that I don't think any Russians would actually ever wear. They are getting a lot of really good tourist stuff. Moscow T-shirt.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I hope they live their best lives.
Little fanny pack that says Moscow.
Let's go.
Yeah.
And as they head out with all their I Heart Moscow stuff, as Herb reconnects with the motherland, I guess, I'm heading to my room for the night. And I am taking out my cell phone. I'm doing everything normally. I'm still undercover in the room. Yeah. I'm not letting down this persona.
Yeah, which is good because they often bug hotel rooms.
Exactly.
It's a thing.
So I am doing all of that. I'll even act like I'm FaceTiming someone with a fake video that's on that I can just respond to because I've done it a million times with the same video.
Yeah, because you don't have real friends. I'm sorry, go ahead, you were saying?
Excuse me. I have a friend.
Sorry. Go ahead,
She's
you were saying.
On her way to the Caribbean. She's halfway across the Atlantic right now.
Yeah.
I am. Both of them are over the Atlantic now that I'm thinking about it. I sent them the same direction. Opposite me. I am talking to this pre-recorded message, but it looks like a FaceTime. And I'm like, yeah, well, oh man, it's been such a long day. I guess I'm just gonna go to sleep now, and hopefully I wake up in time to do some fun stuff in the morning. Everyone wants to do things in the morning. It's so weird. No one adopts this waking up at noon business. Anyways, thanks for calling. I'll talk to you tomorrow. And on the other side, it's like, bye, girly. And
Sorry, I'm just very excited by this fake person who's probably some MI6 agent. Do you know what I mean? Bye, girly. I love it. I'm just very excited for it. That's all I'm saying.
And I close the app, and I'm still happy, bubbly, and I start looking through my photos and choosing some and editing them very dramatically so I can throw it up on the Insta. And as I'm going through them, I'm doing like the magic erase. Is it called magic erase on iPhones? I don't know. I'm like erasing the things, the people in the background and stuff.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
With like the phone tech, and so I'm zooming in, zooming out to like retouch things, and that's when I'm looking for this rat. I'm looking through and looking for this rat in each one of these.
Yeah. So, the rat is there, like, all the time. And the rat is always looking at you in every single photo. And this is probably just some kind of weird error, you know? You know how lights catch things in weird ways? The rat's eyes are weirdly red in every single photograph. Just weirdly
Are
red.
they a familiar red?
If you're paranoid, maybe.
But if I had good pattern recognition,
Sure, we can call it that.
That we can call it that. So as I'm editing them and I see the rat for the first time, I'm like, oh, ew. Is that a rat? They have rats in places so cold? Gross. And I...
It's just vaguely reminiscent of your fiance in that one time.
Reminiscent of my fiance. Honestly, I think a lot of people can relate to that. And and so I circle them and I'm just like, gross, this was such a nice photo. Thank God for technology. And like I erase them. And I do that, and especially in the video, if it catches them, or one of the few videos, if it catches them, I will look at it for a little bit to see if it's just like the Mona Lisa effect, or if they really are like looking at me.
Oh no, they're looking at you. And in the first bit, when you were at the McDonald's, there were other rats right by the trash, and none of them were paying attention to you. They were just doing rat business. But this one was looking.
Was it standing still the entire time, or were there times it was moving?
Mostly it was standing still, except that its head would track you.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out how much I can science away the weird
Sure.
right now.
I mean, I'm sure it's fine, right?
Yeah. I mean, if it's only standing still, they have drones in Moscow. I'm sure they have bird drones. Why would it be so weird to have rat drones or rat spy cams?
Yeah.
A little weird that I'm being tracked so hard. Because I'm
especially
no one.
Yeah, and I will note again, you don't have to worry about this at all, but you did catch here and then, as you were running about as a tourist, as a big old American tourist, you did catch who you thought, oh, I bet that is one of the FSB, right? I bet that's one of them.
Yeah.
Like you caught a couple of people that you thought, I bet they're people who are watching Americans and foreigners and tourists. And you were able to sort of do the thing that you did, and you noticed them by the time you were at the end of your evening of tourism. Those people were not really visible anymore, right? You know, it looked to you like you had lost your tail. So now I don't know what that means about why there'd still be a rat drone when it looks to you like you really did ditch them, but hey, you know, I guess that's
it wouldn't just be the FSB. I mean, FSB obviously is the one who's tracking at that moment.
Sure.
But there's always other entities out there that might be interested in interesting people.
Sure.
Though it would be weird that I'd be marked so early. So this is unusual, abnormal, but I am tired. It has been a long day.
Yeah, that's true.
As much as I would love to continue being a spy and doing spy things, even spies have to sleep.
That's true.
I am going to I'm gonna take out a TikTok I have saved on my phone that's all about when you're traveling solo, ladies. These are the ways you can make sure that your hotel rooms are safe. And make sure you grab the coat hangers and you grab it and grab 2 of them, connect them to this, and I'm just watching this and just like DIY creating barriers to my door of being opened.
Right, but only because you're watching the video about like girlies abroad and like what do you do when you're abroad. Yeah.
Exactly.
I love that. Yes. So it is a night of sleep. There's slightly weird dreams. You have dreams a bit of the car accident where your parents died. 2003, you said? 2004.
Mm-hmm.
And 2003.
2003.
Just like being in and out of sleep as you're driving at night down the road, falling back asleep again, right? And then just waking up to this car accident as some car comes careening in towards yours, right? It's just these little memories. And your parents yelling, and you can't remember what they're saying. It's just these kind of just little fragmented memories that drift in and out of your mind. So tell me, what do you do in the morning? There are many options, from going directly to trying to get info on the street. What would you like to do?
I'm awake in the morning, but I'm awake at like my normal morning. So I'm going to pretend to sleep for the next couple of hours. And I spend that time going over the case files in my head, all the facts, going over the weird stuff that's happened the past few days. Truly being like the first time I have to like just chill and kind of like think of stuff, almost in a meditative state. I'm going to wait until I feel the warmth of the sun kind of start hitting my face, because I closed the curtains, but I left it open, just blinds, just enough so it would still hit me at a certain time of day, which was about noonish. Because Emily doesn't wake up until noon, so
it's true. I've heard that about Emily. She's a tourist.
Yeah, so I am just laying there thinking about all the things, thinking about Linklater's weirdness, but mostly thinking about Coleman and the message he got me, because I had thought about it before, what he had told me, but I don't want to say I didn't take him seriously, but it wasn't a high priority for me. It was one of those, like, when I get, because I knew he's off in Moscow, so it's not like I can go visit him and find out what he was talking about, nor he could really call me and tell me like, hey, sorry about that drunk call last night. Might be I was wildin'. And so I think about everything he said there and how he needed to speak to me, and about my mother, like my mom. And I think about like everything I knew about her as I was growing up, which were usually happy memories, the ones I can remember. You know, how when she used to come back from work, she worked at a bank. So when she came back from work, she would like let her hair down, take out the hairpin from her very frizzy bun at that point, and step out of her high heels, take off her blazer, and give me a big hug, and sit down and have a meal with us, because my dad got out earlier, so he would make the food or bring food most of the time. So I think about those memories. Yeah, I think about like who she worked for.
Hmm.
I wasn't really that interested. I was a teen. I was a kid. All
Yeah.
I needed, it was a miracle I knew she was an accountant, you know? Like, it's
Mm,
like, what does your mom do? I don't know. She works at a bank.
yeah. Yeah.
So I think about those and I kind of drift off to the good memories. Because I can't think of anything. I can't remember anything weird
Yeah.
about my mom as I try my best to look at it from a spy perspective
Hmm.
as opposed to a daughter perspective. But I don't know if there's anything that could help me with recollection
That would be
there.
tradecraft.
That would be tradecraft.
Well, if you want to know if
Oh,
there's anything kind of from the spy perspective, anything weird about
yeah.
your mom or your parents, that
Yeah.
would be a
Anything.
tradecraft skill.
Yeah. Oh, well, then I will. A tradecraft. Yes.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sure you never really thought about your parents through that lens before, but now that you are, um, tricky to say. I mean, they're your parents, right? You grew up
Yeah.
with them. Um, your father was the one who inspired in you a love of cryptography, and he was very good at it, and he knew quite a bit about it. You all did your cryptograms together, and maybe that could be weird, but then people do like cryptography. That might not be weird. Um, he was very good at it. Um, your you never met your grandparents, but maybe that's not weird. Your grandparents had died, is what they said, on both sides of the family. Your dad worked in the docks, sort of a longshoreman. Your mom was an accountant. They were very normal. They didn't have a lot of friends, like not like close, deep friends, that kind of a way. Um, you never went on vacation outside of the country. You might go to the seaside or something like that, but you never really did. Maybe that's weird. Um, they were so exceptionally boring and unordinary. Like they're just completely ordinary, right? You mean like they were nothing, there's nothing strange about them, which if you're really thinking about it in tradecraft might seem a little odd. You don't have a lot of you don't have any relatives, if you remember correctly. None. And maybe it's weird, right? That you never saw a lot of photographs of them before you, but maybe they just weren't that way. Like that they had photographs all the time from the time from about the time it seemed to like start taking photographs when you were born. There was a lot of that, um, but could be weird, could be strange, could be the kind of thing you know. Now that you think about it, they were so normal, so bland. Everything was so set up. If you wanted to be paranoid, right? You remember the ways in which they were a little paranoid, very overprotective, right? Don't open doors to strangers, right? Don't don't give out any, especially with the internet, don't put out any information that is private. They were pretty strict about your internet usage and your online self. They did not think it was appropriate for a young person to have an online presence in that way. You have to wait to get older. They were a little strict about those things. They also were they wanted to know who you were hanging out with and what you were doing. They themselves did not have any kind of online persona, but that seemed to be like them being boomers, I guess, who just don't know technology very well. You know what I mean? Like they didn't really
Well, I mean, the internet
have
wasn't huge then.
no, I mean, they just weren't super online. Um, and when you think about it, they didn't really have a lot of online presence at all, actually. I mean, but your dad was a longshoreman, so why would he? Your mom worked in a bank. She didn't, wasn't really into that. Um, on one hand, I can tell you that there's nothing weird about growing up or your parents. On the other hand, Tradecraft says if you wanted to be paranoid about it, if you wanted to, and you want to think about their paranoia about you, they seem to be very worried about you being kidnapped and talking to strangers, never talk to strangers, all that kind of a thing, right? Sure, people are like that, and you knew other people who were like that, but some ways, if you wanted to be paranoid, it's a little witness relocation vibe. Do you know what I mean? But that's
Mhm.
just if you want to be paranoid.
Interesting. So I
No
passed
evidence
the
of that
rest of
though.
the. No. But if we're looking for zebras and not horses now, I have to
Hmm.
look at everything with a new lens.
Yeah.
Because a lot of things are kind of weird now. And if
Yeah.
Harry once was going to tell me something about it, there has to be something. Because why
Yeah.
would he bring up my mom? And that's, I think,
Yeah.
the number one thought. Why would he talk about my parent?
Yeah.
And the same thing of just thinking, like, I go between like, but I had such a boring childhood. It was a fine childhood. And
Hmm.
did we have a code word for mother? Was mother something important to us between Harry and I? And I'm just not remembering it for one reason or another. And that's just like where my mind is going back and forth. Like,
You're
yeah, I
skilled
couldn't
in
go on the
medicine.
internet very often.
You're skilled in medic.
Mm-hmm.
Your mother was an accountant,
Mm-hmm.
but there was a time you got injured. Maybe you were hiking or something together, and your mother was really good at fixing any injury. And when you think about it now, when you were a kid, you didn't think about it. When you think about it now, you think, oh, she seemed to be more skilled than just like a first aid kind of person. She
Mm-hmm.
seemed to maybe it's like maybe she was a nurse. Maybe she went to nursing school, maybe, I guess, at some point, maybe. Or I mean, like, there was no evidence of that. She never mentioned it, but looking back at it, looking for zebras and not horses, she seemed to be more skilled in medicine than just the kind of average random kind of thing.
And so I'll spend the rest of my morning into noon, for like the next 5 hours, just laying in bed,
Mm,
thinking about that, um, and just pretty much examining any moment I can remember from my childhood,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
um, having that hiking memory and a couple of other injuries I've had, um, how my mom so quickly was able to patch me up, despite not really having a lot of those skills like women are typically supposed to have. Like, she's not really good at patching my
That is
clothes
correct.
up.
Mm-hmm,
She wasn't a great cook. Sorry, mom.
mm-mm, mm-hmm,
Um,
mm-hmm,
like that wasn't really her thing. Like making clothes, none of those things
mm-hmm,
that she would have probably picked up from my grandmother.
mm-hmm.
Um, that she had. There was nothing there was no skill she took from her parents that
Yeah,
she gave to me,
that is true.
essentially.
Yep.
In the way that my dad gave me cryptography,
Yeah.
um, my mom and I never had anything like that. We would go out and do like hiking and
Mm-hmm.
bonding and things like that, but there was nothing in particular that I learned from my mom.
Yeah. Also, if I remember correctly, she sometimes would scoff at some of the things when you were doing when she was helping you with homework. Um, she was always the one that was helping you with like chemistry, biology, all your sciences, and she would sometimes correct um, things that she saw as being wrong.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how accountants are. So what my dad always said.
Yes.
They're just really particular about details.
That's true. That's true.
So I don't know where to put that in my like weird and not weird tally that I'm taking in my head. Don't know which side to put that on. There's a lot of things that are like in the middle of I don't know list.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if I can 20 years later and if I could see a lot of these things with an unbiased eye, you know?
Or are you just reading into it too much, right?
Yeah. Like, but I have to read into it. Because at this point I've not read into anything. So I need to read into it in hopes of figuring it out.
There was... No, that's probably not true. Could be. The guy that recruited you into MI6 after they died.
Mm-hmm.
Your mentor. If you really think back to it, it might have been that you remember seeing him talking to your parents, but you must have been like 4, 5, 6, really young. So it's really hard to really be certain.
Mm-hmm.
Once outdoors, right? Like a chance meeting, it seemed. But it's really, I mean, you're really young.
It's a small city.
Yeah.
I think about that for like the next 5 hours before I get up and put on the Emily facade again. As soon as I open my eyes. It was really hot. I was actually probably sweating as I was under the covers because I was definitely under a bajillion comforters and blankets and everything. Because poor Emily would be so cold.
Yeah.
And so I get out and I take a nice long shower.
You open the curtains, right?
That's cold.
To get the sun in?
Oh, well, no. Well, first let me like wash the sleep out of my eyes first before I blast my face with sun. So I go and I like wash my face, take the sleep out of my eyes, and then I open up the curtains for the day.
There are little scratch marks on the outside window, on the outside of the window. You're not on the first floor of this hotel. Might be on the 3rd or 4th. But there are little scratch marks on the outside of the window that kind of look like if a rat had been clawing on your window.
Loki will immediately clock it, but as Emily will act like she sees nothing out of the ordinary, because that's why are you looking at the bottom of these huge windows? So I open these large windows, so I go and I get ready for the day in the bathroom, and when I come out and I'm choosing my clothes for the day, and I'm like, which one look better, this one or this one? And I'm like comparing them, and I'm doing it over looking towards the window, so I can act like I'm like I'm like picking up bottoms and comparing them. I'm really looking at the scratches to just confirm that they are rat sized.
They are indeed.
And Alyssa, Loki has been in Moscow before. This is not her first go around.
No, it is
here.
not.
And so she's no stranger to the wildlife here. And this is weird. This has never happened before.
It's pretty weird. Yeah.
Like this isn't like New York where the rats are so audacious. New York City. These
and also how
are
did it get up here? But okay.
Yeah. Like even if it's scaled, what's the point in scratching at a window, right?
Yeah.
So I am. That's what I'm thinking of as I'm like, and comparing, contrasting before I put on an outfit. And then I cover it all anyways because I'm going to put on like a sweater, a
Yeah.
jacket,
Mm-hmm.
my London hoodie, and I I am. I think the thing that would be weird, if the SB would have really like looked into it,
Yeah.
is that Alyssa was actually packed really light.
Yeah.
She had a duffel with her,
Yeah.
full of her souvenirs and her clothing. But like for someone like Emily, she'd have a lot more.
Yeah.
She'd have a lot more luggage with her.
Yeah.
So I have
Yeah.
this duffel,
Well, she was
but this
backpacking.
duffel. True, but
She might
Emily
wanna
also seems like
pack
the
light.
type that would. She was, yeah. So she's been all over Europe at this point. Like, come on.
Yeah. Yeah. Backpacking. Mhm,
She,
mhm, mhm.
yeah, backpacking. So Alyssa doesn't have much in that duffel. She had a couple of things, some clothing, obviously, for
Mhm.
changes. But nothing that just can't be stuffed into another bag. So when Emily leaves in the morning, Herbert
Afternoon.
and Susan long gone. Afternoon, you're right. Sorry, it's
Afternoon.
my morning. I just woke
Sorry.
up.
Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I can't believe they're no longer serving breakfast at this motel.
That is
It's so
also
weird.
true.
Um,
And things are also a little bit overpriced, just so you know.
yeah, I have to stop by at the McDonald's to get breakfast. They don't
Mhm.
even have McGriddles here.
So terrible. Mhm.
And I go and I get some breakfast, whatever, and like a coffee.
Yeah.
An iced coffee, naturally, and a McCafe, I'm sorry. And I go out and like I'm gonna go touristing,
Yeah.
but what I do is it's the afternoon.
Yeah.
So I can just find a crowd
Yeah.
to blend in with
Yeah.
until I find an alleyway
Yeah.
to just sneak on through.
Absolutely.
And as I walk on through and I find the trash cans,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just take off the Emily stuff, and I take out a jacket that's much more appropriate for
Yeah.
for Moscow or Russia.
Mhm.
I put on that jacket. I throw away the sneakers, put on nice
Mhm.
shoes,
Mhm.
nice slacks on,
Mhm.
with the belt, nice
Mhm.
leather belt,
Mhm.
and I put my hair up,
Yeah.
and I furrow my face. I do like a quick reset of me, a quick me reset,
Yeah.
and I rub my face. I put on a much more stern look.
Mhm.
I
Have to find a video.
throw the duffel away and have a simple bag at my side. A little frumpy, but it's just well loved, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing out of the usual. And as I'm finishing putting this all away, I circle my neck, crack my neck, and then I walk back out into the next crowd that I hear walking by, and I mesh into them, and I get lost in the crowd and walk with them until I head into some sort of public transport, a bus, or I don't know if they have subways over there, trains.
Yeah.
And
I
I walk
found it right
out.
now, by the way.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I'm gonna go link this video right now. So in Wired magazine, right? There's this woman who is ex-CIA, and she gives all sorts of breakdowns of disguises and spycraft. And I think this is the one where she talks about quick changes, how you can just like walk from one place to the next, and as you're walking, you just change a couple things about yourself, and all of a sudden you look like a different person, and nobody sees you. And I'm just gonna note that that's a great video, and you should watch it. I just put it there if you like.
You absolutely should. It's so good. It's my
Yeah.
one of my favorite videos. I watched it during quarantine. Everyone should
So
watch
good.
it. And so I walk out in this crowd, get on some public transportation, and I'm making my way over to Castle, what is it called? Castle Rock, Castle
Cathedral Dome Investments.
Cathedral Dome.
Cathedral Dome.
I was close.
Now, before you go there, let me just ask, do you want to do any research on the place now that you're here in Moscow before you do? That's my question for you.
I am going to...
You have a number of skills that could get you like some kind of general information on them before you show up.
Yes, I am going to do quick little do a quick would it be research with... Well, it's two different things. Like, so I'm going to try and get into Cathedral Dome as a as like a potential client. That's what I'm going to go in as. And as I'm in this public transport, I'm going to steal somebody's jacket. So I look a little bit fancier.
Yeah.
And so would it be more research, bureaucracy?
You can use both. You can use a lot of different skills to get info, you know, like, and this is like, as you're moving, you have people in context. You can chat with some business folks you might know. For bureaucracy, you can do a little bit of research, right? Like, there are a lot of different skills you could get to get a bit of a background before you arrive. But certainly those two.
Then yeah, so I will start off with research, just get a little bit lay of the land, more than I already know about the place.
Yeah. So now that you're here, this is like we can imagine a bit of a montage as you're like moving through the city, you know, checking in on some places some people that you know, that sort of thing. General research lets you know that Cathedral Dome is run by a man named Aaron Schaller. And Aaron Schaller is a British citizen, expat, who's been in Moscow for 30 years. Basically, once the wall fell, he came to Moscow as an investor, right? To try to make lots of money because capitalism was coming to Russia. So it was the Wild West. Let's make lots of money. And he had a company called Schaller Property that was doing very, very well for quite some time. He was like, you know, he sort of like, he never made it so well that he was like going to be one of the big oligarchs or anything like that, but he was doing pretty well.
Yeah.
But he lost a whole bunch of money in bad investments just a couple of years ago.
How long ago would you say?
Right before Cathedral Dome was created.
Interesting. Okay.
So Cathedral Dome becomes the company of his after he loses all of his money. And your thought is that as a spy,
yeah,
he's the perfect cover, right? If you're going to start a new company that's going to be a front, a cutout for MI6, you need somebody who's been in Moscow a long time, for whom it will not be suspicious. You don't think he is MI6 at all, but you would assume that he is the person who owns the company on paper, so they can do whatever they want to do. And as you're sort of, you know, researching a bit, you don't get the sense. Word on the street is that he's semi-retired and he lets his partners run the company. That's what you get from your general research. But you said you were interested in bureaucracy.
Yes.
Well, bureaucracy, that's been talking to some business folks, right? Um, with that, you hear a little bit more about how the company is running, how it's doing. Um, what you know is that it is a small company, but it is highly profitable. It's doing well financially. Um, and that unlike some of its competitors, which again, this is a foreign owned company, it has avoided the scrutiny and interference of European regulators.
Mm.
That it kind of doesn't get a lot of oversight from the people, like not Russian regulators, but European regulators, which your tradecraft would tell you that's probably Harry Coleman's contacts, making sure that they can get
Mm.
things in and out without being scrutinized, right? Especially if this is just a front for espionage, you would want to make sure that nobody looks too closely. And so the fact that it seems to not have been given a lot of like trouble when some other companies might be boycotted or, had sanctions on them, says to you either they're squeaky clean, which you don't think is true, you know it's not true, or they're able to get through some of this without, um, because they're contacts. But as far as you can tell, it is highly profitable. It's making quite a lot of money, the company, and that it really deals with the high society of Russia, big business people, high society, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
Interesting.
Anything else before you dive in there?
Yeah, I'm looking for money words. Any like big keywords that they would be interested in hearing from an investor. Anything like that, just to throw in. So I can add it into like a reassurance of just like, no, yeah, I'm absolutely looking to invest with you guys and get
that
a
I
good
think
return.
would be high society.
High society?
Is what I
Easy
think.
enough.
Yeah, so this would be about you, meeting up with or being around, meeting up with in a bar, right? Like around sort of Russian investors, right? Probably like maybe you're able to sort of get to like a really expensive restaurant or lounge, right? And sort of hobnob a little bit with these big Russian investors. You have high society. That's easy thing for you to do, right? You can do that. And just a bit of a chat here and there, kind of a low key. We're kind of like montaging it before you get there. And what you would pick up listening to people talk and steering the conversation towards Cathedral Dome is that what you see is a lot of it seems to be one of the channels in which Russian oil and gas money, it's a way for people who make a lot of, so here's the thing. If you make a lot of money in Russia and you're a Russian and you make a lot of money in Russian oil and gas, there are sanctions, right? And so how do you get your money out? This seems to be one of the ways in which Russian oil and gas rich people are able to invest in Cathedral Dome to get their money out. It's a way for them to get dollars, pounds, right? Just how to invest. How can you invest money in the West when where there are a lot of sanctions against you? It seems like Cathedral Dome is the way that they do that. So it's not one of the major money laundering routes, but it would be easy to use it to launder money from Russia to the West.
A little bit small town stuff.
Yes. Do you want to spend a push?
I want to spend a push.
I've got 2 push bits of info for you, if you like. 2 different pushes possible. You're gonna have to charm. You'd have to be charming to get this sort of information, to get dirt, a little extra dirt. I've got
Yeah.
2 bits of
Okay,
extra dirt, but you need a push for each one.
I have 2 pushes.
Mhm.
Extra information.
Mhm. From like rich Russian people drinking in a lounge, at a hookah, this kind of like these kind of more exclusive spaces, which because you have high society, you can get access to. And of course, you're
I
undercover.
I will spend 1 push to get an extra bit of info here.
I'm going to ask you A or B.
A.
A. So you're schmoozing with these rich folks,
Mhm.
and you hear someone mention that, well, um, if you want to have a special investment that needs personal touch, something more, um, if you wanted to talk to someone at Cathedral Dome, you want to invest, but you want the special touch, then you must speak to Harry Coleman. He's the one who's in charge of special policies at Cathedral Dome. All of he handles major investments that needs special handling. And it's very clear he gives you this tip because he gets the sense that maybe you want to do a little bit of slightly shady investing, and don't the other ones are not so interesting at the company. They are fine for your average, um, average investing, but Mr. Harry Coleman is the one if you want special investing.
And as I'm like lounging there in the really nice leather chair,
Yeah.
with like a finger or 2 of whiskey,
Mm-hmm.
I am leaning back and thinking, so this Harry Coleman,
Mm. Duh.
is it as simple as asking for him, or
Well, not always so easy. You have to get by his secretary first. Um, she's a bit protective of him. I think it's because, well, he has a few secrets. So there's
who does
always a bit
not?
of, well, his secrets are something his wife would not want to know. uh,
Oh,
mm, yes, exactly. Well, he has a Russian girlfriend. Mm?
that is not a secretary.
No, and the secretary is not Russian. That whole company is full of British people. The whole thing
Ugh.
is, yes, I know, but no, he's dating a, what was her name? This is Olga Agrapova was her name. That's right. Olga, yes, it's very secret. I had a lunch with him and one time, and she walked up and kissed him on the cheek, and we introduced, and he was very disturbed. He told me to forget her name and that I saw her. It seems, I think it's because he's married. He said that it's an affair, and he does not want anyone to know about the. He does not want to get back to his wife. But if you want to go there, I would say, well, I have to get through her. You'll have to say that you are there to meet with Harry Coleman for special investments.
Ugh, I see. Very interesting. This all company. Very interesting. Cathedral Dome.
There is a lot of opportunities for great amounts of profits. Or if you have profits from other places, if you want to invest in the West, this is best. But you'll want to talk to Harry Coleman about this.
And I raise my whiskey glass to him with like a thank you.
And by the way,
And
you're
before I take
drinking
a sip.
like really expensive Scottish whiskey from Scotland, right? Like you've got like imported whiskey. It's really expensive. Also, their cigars, you know?
Oh, absolutely. It's like
Oh, yeah.
I have the whiskey and like holding the cigar with the other hand fingers, like, you know.
Yeah. And they're like, get us some caviar, right? And this is like that kind of the excessive wealth of like the Russian oligarchs, right? And the only
Yeah.
problem, of course, is just a lot of sanctions on them, so they can't get their money out. And you know, that's that. But yeah, you get this, and you get the sense that this idea that he has a girlfriend was a secret that nobody knows about. Just so happens this guy, because you spin a push, was happened to be there when he's like, yes, we were at the restaurant, and I was there when they started their affair. We were having dinner together, and there was this striking woman on the other side of the restaurant, and she was beautiful and made quite an impression. And Harry Coleman was just sort of driven to make a pass at her. And that's how it started, but he swore me to secrecy because he is married. But so I said nothing. But, you know, maybe if you want to get a bit of leverage against this Harry Coleman, you could maybe bring up this girlfriend if he gives you trouble.
And I just, you know, a very subtle conversation happens more with facial and mannerisms as opposed to saying anything. I'm not going to sit here and be like, thank you so very much for all the information, sir. I'm going to be a little bit more cool about it.
And he does believe that you're Russian, and you get this sense that it's like Russians take care of their own. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. And he's like, you can tell when he brought up Olga that this is something he probably hasn't told other people, but he figured if you need an in, that might help you, right? You can maybe do a little bit of dropping the name, a little hard negotiation, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'll spend a little bit more time here in the boys club before I head out.
Yeah.
Giving him another nod. That's almost like a wink.
Yeah.
And
it's just one of those things. It's just so much money. You know what I mean? Like it's just so much money. But you know, you've made your circles around and you head out. So where do you go?
Put on my jacket, hang it over my shoulders as I walk out. And now that I've done a little bit of research, a little bit of more in-depth finding out what the vibe is, I'm gonna head to
you do know that they have
Cathedral Dome.
They have a lot of British and American. They have a lot of Western investors and a lot of Russian investors. They have a lot of both. And Harry Coleman deals with all the special ones.
Yeah. And so I am gonna go, and I'm gonna kind of hope that, because I know Harry's not there, I'm gonna kind of hope that I get suggested somebody else that deals in the same things Harry does, aka somebody in MI6. I'm hoping to get somebody in the biz to give me some information as to what the fuck is happening with Harry. Someone who works with him, at least. Not some third-hand account by Lithuanian, whatever, what is it? Linklater? Linklater.
Yeah. So what is your cover going in?
Going in.
Present yourself as?
I present myself as a Russian investor. I'm keeping the same
Yeah.
same persona as I was in the high society
Yeah.
boys club.
Yeah.
Hold on. Don't mind me as I just type in something real quick into Google.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Good. I have that. Okay. One last thing. I'm just going to look up something real quick. Nothing important. Absolutely nothing important to what we're doing at this very second.
Sure. I'm not even bothered.
I walk in, and I am. I am Anatoly. I'm going to be Anatoly. Anatoly Popov.
So this office is actually quite small. It's a very sort of small office. It's in a building, but it's not particularly big. When you sort of go into the offices, it's in central Moscow. And the office building itself is blandly corporate. It's like all plate glass and polished steel and concrete. It looks, again, one of those things you would just pass by and not really pay attention to. There are sort of like, when you come in when you go into the building itself, there are etchings of 17th and 18th century architectural drawings on the walls. The office itself is not open to the public. You would have to be able to have a reason to be allowed past the front desk. You'd have to be somebody. Yeah, you just don't get to walk into this office and get inside. You have to have a good cover, let's say, a reason to be in there.
Yeah.
The office itself, as you sort of step inside, you've got these 18th and 19th century architectural drawings. By the way, they're all of British architectural sort of sites. And when you walk inside, there's like a British flag. There's a portrait of the King Charles. It really looks to you like this is everything about this is engineered to look like an outpost of England in the heart of Moscow. And when you notice people walking in and out and you hear people talking, almost everybody here is a British citizen who is in this office. But you do not get the sense that many people work here. You would guess maybe a dozen people are employed by this place. Not many. If you are sort of looking at the things you can look at in this place before you sort of deal with the front desk, there are, you would guess, perhaps 3 interesting people that you could talk to.
Okay.
Well, potentially interesting, depending. Aaron Schaller, who owns the company, the president, whether or not he's potentially interesting. He may or may not be interesting. He does have an office here. He is here. There's also Tara Tallwood, who is Coleman's personal secretary, and she's up at his office. At the moment, Harry is on vacation. And there's a young man named Michael Hestridge, who is one of the junior partners of the company, and he's running Harry Coleman's portfolio while he's on vacation.
Who is the one who tells me that
there's a receptionist?
Receptionist?
Yes. How may I help you?
Yes, I am looking to speak to a Mr. Harry Coleman.
I'm so sorry. He's on vacation, and you are? Do you have an appointment?
I'm Anthony Popov. Anatoly Popov. Anatoly Popov. There we go.
I'm afraid we don't have an appointment for you. You're not in our books.
Well, maybe not your books. When is Coleman going to be back?
Well, I'm afraid he's on vacation right now, and so he's not seeing anyone. Did you have an appointment with him?
Yes, with
Oh,
him.
well, I'm afraid he's not currently in the office. Um, is there something else we could do for you, Ms. Popov?
Oh, Mr. Popov.
Mr.
Mr.
Popov? Yes,
Popov.
yes.
Yes,
Could we?
I. Is there someone else who can help me in the way Coleman would?
Uh, oh, I'm sorry. What? Could you be a bit more specific?
Well, Coleman knows how to do business well in what I need, which is why I had an appointment with Coleman, but he is not here apparently.
I see. What sort of business do you do, Mr. Popov?
I'm I'm with a gas company.
Oh, I see. A gas company. And you can see that she's taking small bits of notes. And you and Mr. Coleman already had a meeting. Is that right?
Yes.
I see. Could you tell me, if you don't mind, what color hair does Mr. Coleman have?
What kind of hair does he have?
Yes, please.
What kind of hair does Harry have?
Harry was he's sort of graying now. He has sort of a brown hair that's slightly graying at this point.
And well kept, right?
Yeah.
Normal English hair, the way you all, the swoop and the gel.
Yes,
Ugh,
yes.
so much work. It is a little bit gray, brown.
Did you have lunch with him? Was it a lunch meeting?
Yes.
I assume that you two, when you were having your lunch meeting, both had 2 brandies. Is that right?
No.
He
Brandy.
hates brandy.
Yeah. And
Oh.
I'd say brandy, no.
Oh,
We had
what did you drink then?
we had Scottish whiskey.
Ah, I see. Well, I'm afraid he's on vacation, so you wouldn't be able to meet with him. I could put you into contact with Michael Hestridge, who's one of our junior partners, who is currently taking over, taking care of Mr. Coleman's clients while he's on vacation. If that would work for you.
And he is here now.
Yes, he is.
Fine. I shall speak to this Hestridge.
All right. Well, let me buzz you up. His office is actually on the next floor, and if you go down right to that elevator, I will be able to unlock it for you. Go to the next floor, and it'll be the first office on your right. I will call up to let him know that you're coming.
And I head over to the elevator.
Yeah, and you can see that she has got a remote button that unlocks the elevator so you can get into it. There's quite a bit of security here on the inside, for a
understandable. I
business.
get it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And
for a business, wink, wink.
Yeah, and she calls up, right? And when you get to the next floor and the doors open, there's a young man standing in front of you. And this young man must be Michael Hestridge, who is the junior partner who's taking over Harry's portfolio while Harry's on vacation. I have an image for you. Let me make sure I can get it.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. So when you see him, and again, just let me know whenever you want to use any kind of exciting things here. Yeah. Let me get this for you. Oops, that wasn't it. Move. There we go. So when you see him, you see a young man, and he is wearing a very expensive suit. and he's got a university private club tie pin that he's wearing, and his hair is sort of slick, sort of brown hair. Um, it is the same school tie pin that your good friend Linklaith was wearing as well. Uh, exact same one. And he is about the same age as Linklaith, you would say. About the same kind of suit, quite expensive. The same kind of confidence, shall we say. Um, yes. And he steps up, is, oh, I say, Mr. Popov, it's so lovely to see you. I'm the chap who's taking over for good old Coleman. Why don't you come into my office? I was told you had a meeting with him. I'm taking over everything. You don't have to worry about that. I'll take right good care of you, Mr. Popov. Come on, we can get you a spot of tea.
As soon as the doors open and I see this child in front of me, I allow myself a half a second to just like internal roll my eyes, sigh. Like, God, it's just are there no adults in this business anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah. And but like I let it show on my face a little bit. Because I am an older investor and this is a child I'm now working with. So before I put on a more normal face, just a normal stern face, before moving forward, you are, hold on, what the fuck is his name? Mr. You're Hestridge.
That's right. I'm Michael Hestridge. It's so good to see you. It's so good to meet you. And I'm so sorry that my colleague, that good old chap, Harry Coleman's not about, but I'm here to take over any kind of business you might have. Come on into my office then, why don't you? And he's going to lead you down, and it was the first office on the right, which was his, and the first office on the left was Harry Coleman's. And it's sort of, that office is closed. And as you walk into his office, and you can probably assume that the offices are laid out similarly. When you walk into his office, there's actually a reception area, and there's like a secretary there, sort of like a young woman who is exceedingly attractive, and she's sort of sitting there on her phone, and he takes you past that little sort of opening sort of reception area into his office in the back, and he shuts the door behind, and he sort of picks up some tea. He's got like a nice English breakfast, and he sort of pours 2 cups, and he puts one down for you. He goes, so I say, good dear chap, how might I help you? I was told your name is Mr. Popov, is that right?
Yes, I am Anatoly Popov.
Oh, well, working with Coleman then, I see.
Yes, hoping to. I have, yes, I am looking to invest money.
Oh, well,
is that
excellent.
Something you can assist with?
Absolutely. I actually am an expert when it comes to investments. I can promise you quite a good return on your money. Actually, a much better return than Coleman ever could.
I would like to do a bullshit detector on him, and mostly on the first half of his statement, rather than the I can do better than Harry could ever do. Yeah, fuck off, kid. The first part mostly is what I'm interested in.
Which part of that?
The I'm very good at investment. I've been working in investments for a while. That first statement that he made, because I don't believe that for a second.
So how do I put this? He's not lying. He doesn't seem, there's a bit of a discomfort with the discussion of Coleman at all. And you can tell if you maybe poke a little bit, you might be able to get a bit more about Coleman, but there's a kind of slightly complicated feeling, like a bit nervousness. He seems to have a bit of a nervousness about it, but he also seems to be doesn't seem to have a high opinion of Coleman. And you believe that it's true that he can probably make you more money than Coleman, most likely because
Mm.
Coleman was not that was not his main function
Yes.
at the company. Um, you get the sense that making a lot of money is his main goal. Um,
Oh, it's just not shocking.
um,
Um,
you also don't get the sense that he works for MI6. It's just like these little things that you're dropping here and there. He doesn't pick up on them. You get the sense that he
yes.
doesn't actually know. Uh, well, he might suspect just a little bit of a caginess that perhaps this is a front for something else, but that does not seem to be his job, right? You sense that he doesn't seem to have any kind of loyalty to anything other than money,
Himself.
investments, himself. So there's a kind of a funny thing where it does seem to you that he is a bit of a go-getter, a bit aggressive. You think that he probably would like to really do a good job here, uh, doing good investments. But there is something about Harry that he's holding back on right now. Um, in terms of he might have something about this thing with Harry makes me a little bit nervous. He also is holding back a little bit. Um, you know, but he's eager to make money here. You do not
Uh,
think he works for MI6. You think that he's here
no.
for the investment part of the company, and he's maybe not
So,
completely. Your guess is that your guess is that he's not read in because he's not MI6, but he does
yeah.
seem to know something,
I
or there's something
as
there.
I watch him fiddle around with his tie,
Mm,
I would like to also do a high society check on him.
yeah. Okay. One.
Rolls up the sleeves.
Um, remember those stories in the newspapers that you were thinking about? You were thinking back to when did you know Jimmy Linkley? Then you saw him like partying with the rich, famous, and lower nobility.
Mm-hmm.
You think you remember him, this guy, Hestridge, also being on those yachts, like in the thing. And that is definitely the same like rich person's school tie pin. So they clearly went to school together because they're about the same age. They clearly went to the same um were part of the same clubs, like rich they're these kind of like rich person's dinner clubs, supper clubs that are part of these. It's
Yeah.
like, it's like a frat, but it's not as British. And he also has got that same upper crust accent, but you would suspect that he is less wealthy than Linklater. Still still in that sort of sphere, but you would say less more of a friend and hanger on in that crowd, little bit less. But if you're going to sort of guess dynamics in terms of high society, Linklater would probably have more social capital than Hestridge. Um, but Linklater did not mention Hestridge to you at all. But these two guys probably play squash together and are friends, and they've been friends since college, at least. They were partying together, so they are close. They're from the same kind of rich socialite sphere, although he has less money. Um, Yes. But Jimmy Linklater did not mention him at all.
Um,
And this guy is not MI6.
yeah.
Yeah.
God, I keep forgetting this guy's name. Mr. Hestrich.
Yes.
I am very particular where I put my money. How long have you been doing this?
Well, you see, for me, investment is not just something that I do. It's actually a bit of a passion of mine. I think that this company could be exceedingly profitable if managed a bit better. And if you don't mind me saying, Harry Coleman was not the best investment, um, not the best to guide your investments, if you don't mind me saying. He was actually, I mean, no offense, but he was quite terrible. I know that he was an older fellow and had experience, but I don't know what experience was in. He certainly was not the best as investment. I have taken over his clients while he's on vacation, and honestly, well, at least that's what everyone says. He's on vacation. Honestly, I don't know where he is, and I honestly don't care where he's gone. You know, Coleman, I must tell you, to be very frank, my dear old bean, was a drag on this company. He rarely brought in useful clients. If you are going to be a good and useful client, the last person you want working with you is that Harry Coleman. Really, he was a bit of an embarrassment. I mean, I have just picked up his portfolio, and he picks up because he's looking through to see if he can find you. I don't see you in here, but most of this entire client list is well, to be quite frank, it's shit. They're mostly like, and he just sort of holds up this list of clients, right? These people are just terrible. These are the worst investments ever. He does not have the sort of golden eye that I have, and he sort of tosses the list uh, on the
I,
desk,
I
right?
do a quick notice as he's rambling on as to the names on that list.
Mm-hmm. You probably want to actually look at it a bit closer.
Oh, okay.
You would need to take some time to go through it. To check
what kind
it
of list is it just like on a piece of paper, or is it like on the front of a folder?
No, it's a piece of paper, because he'd opened the folder and he's gone through it, and there's like clearly like documents, like notes on various clients, but there's like a master client list which he picked up and it kind of tossed on the table because he's trying to make Coleman look really bad and himself look really good. If you bullshit detect, he's not lying. He believes all the things that he's saying about Coleman not being a great investor, bringing in crap clients and not being very good. But he also still has this underlying nervousness about him. And when he says he doesn't know where Coleman went, that doesn't seem to be a lie either. But there's something, like there's a bit of a, he's not lying, but there's something there he's not saying. Do you know what I mean? And he's got a nervousness, a bit of a, like a guilt or a nervousness that's sort of like underlying all of this stuff that he's saying that is true. And he seems a little bit, he doesn't seem to like Coleman.
You don't say.
Yeah.
I want to push him a little bit to just frazzle him a little bit more.
Yeah.
I want that piece of paper with the names on it. So I want to keep frazzling him until there's an opportunity where he himself either accidentally drops the disheveled amount of papers now on his desk, or where I can influence those papers to fall over so I can assist in picking them up.
You know, that's exactly what sleight of hand is for, your filch mastery.
Ooh. Oh. You would consider that a small little...
Absolutely.
Whatchamacallit?
Piece of paper? Absolutely. Oh. Absolutely.
All
if
right,
you get if the papers knock over with that sleight of hand mastery, you absolutely can have it. Absolutely.
right, let's just keep that one in mind because I will be taking it before the end of this conversation.
Right.
That is
Chap.
fine. What's his name? Hestridge?
Hestridge. Yep.
Hestridge. Poor
Yep.
guy. I cannot remember his name. Hestridge. That is not what I asked. I asked how long have you been doing this?
Oh, well, I have been doing this, well, there's two ways to answer that question. Yes, I've been doing this for about 3 years now, but I also studied at Oxford. I studied business and investments and economics. Also, my family has a history of investments, so I come from a long line of investors, and I can assure you that my client list is much better than this one, and those who work with me get a much higher return on their investment. Absolutely. I'm sure you must know that Ivan Ivanovich, he is one of my clients, and I have done quite good things with him. With your accounting in high society, you would know that he is one of the sort of natural gas clients who's been doing quite well recently. You did not know he was working with Cathedral Dome, but he's a person who makes pretty decent money. He's been around. You've heard the name.
Yeah.
So that seems legit. Does not seem to be doing any kind of not a spy contact in any way, right? This person that you're thinking of that he mentioned has nothing to do with the spy game, is just not at all related, but there's a lot of money there.
3 years you have been doing this job?
That's right, Mr. Popov. I have 3 years.
Cathedral Dome, all 3?
Well, actually, I have been brought in. No, I was doing a research in other places. I was doing investing in other spots, but I just came in here recently. The past year, because this is, I would say, Cathedral Dome is a company with so much potential, and I imagine that at any moment I may be a junior partner now, but I would say that it won't be too long before I myself am a senior partner. I mean, who knows? So let me tell you this. If you accept me as your investment liaison, you'll be having an up-and-coming sort of fellow.
And I look at him up and down, and I let him sweat for a little bit, as I regard him very strictly. You young British people coming into Moscow. First that, what is that? Who cares what his name is? In the embassy. Trying to rub up on rich people. And now another young one replacing Coleman, someone who has a good name in this area.
Well, I have to tell you, his name is not really, he's not really very good at investing. He's it's not good at all. If you really want to make money, if you really want to have a profit, I tell you, you certainly don't want to work with Coleman. You want to work with me. And I understand that I'm young, but don't you want young vitality? I like to think of myself as young Britain, like one of the young lions, and that Jimmy Linklater, he's cut of the same cloth. We're the future, and if you want to be part of the future, not part of the past, you certainly want to work with me. Absolutely.
I would like to do a check on that statement, but I don't know what I want to do on that statement.
Tell me what you're thinking.
I know Linklater is hiding something. But Linklater knew me. He knew my capabilities. He knew what to hide. As useless as he was, this guy doesn't know shit about me. He thinks I'm just some other Russian dude. So I want to. That statement caught my attention. The future of.
Yes.
That's always kind of red flag talk.
Yes.
And I want to push on that, and because I know Linklater is hiding something, and I suspect this might be the thing. So but I don't know what I could roll here to get more out of this.
I feel like this would be a push. If you can push, probably maybe like a reassurance or a charm to get him to think that you're on his side, then you can probably
Mm.
get him to open up because he seems like the kind of person who's wanting to prove himself, wanting to brag, and is also willing to throw other people under the bus. And if you can get him to think that maybe you're with him, you can probably get him to open up, but that would be a push.
And you said either reassurance or what?
Charm.
Charm?
Yeah. But it would be your last push for the moment.
I am gonna go with reassurance. I push on reassurance.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Me. Oh,
And
clicked on something that wasn't card.
and you
I'm scared.
suspect that the way in is about old versus new, right? So if Coleman
Yeah.
and Schaller, the president, are both old generation, then you suspect that maybe you can use that to like get him to open up about what he knows or thinks about the old versus the new, and that might bring you into where you might want with Jimmy as well.
Okay. So you are passionate about investment,
Absolutely. Of
but
course.
and you are working here where you do not think they are doing a good job?
Well, they're not doing a good job yet, but they certainly can do a good job. This company, Cathedral Dome Investments, has the potential to be, well, absolutely phenomenal. It just isn't yet. It's not bad. Please do not get me wrong. With me working with your investments, you will do amazingly. And we are a small but profitable company, but we could be more profitable. We just need to, well, work out a few things. Well, after
Well,
all,
you are a year into this job.
yes,
If I
that's right.
invest with you, what is my promise that you will be here next year, the year after that, to continue with my portfolio?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. That is, well, something that's understandable. But you have to understand, I look, the president of this company. Would you like some more tea?
Yeah.
He pours you some more tea, and he just sort of like just makes sure that the secretary is not listening. You see, listen, our Aaron Schaller, Mr. Schaller, the president of this company, who owns this company, is a drunken fraud. Luckily, he doesn't actually do much of anything at all. He just, well, sits about, wasting time and money, and Coleman also seems more interested in drumming up ridiculous clients who are not going to go and help the portfolio of this company. You can't rely on either one of those two. Schaller's might get drunk and sink a deal. He's clearly not a very good businessman, and Coleman just, I don't know, he's barely ever here. Whenever he's here, he just brings in the worst clients. Listen, this company would do much better, would be a lot richer if Coleman and Schaller left. And I will tell you, between you and I don't believe that Mr. Coleman's coming back, which means that I'll be able to take over all of his portfolio, well, for what it's worth, considering half of them are terrible. But there are some good things in there. But also, listen, Cathedral Dome has some very excellent clients. And Schaller is not going to stay in charge of this company forever. And with Coleman gone, I mean, no offense, but I don't believe he's coming back. Schaller himself, I'm certain, uh, won't be here forever. And once those two are gone, it makes only sense that I will become the senior partner, and I'll be running this company. I will be running this company, and well, with me in charge, every single person who's a member of this Cathedral Dome client list will make huge amounts of money. I was brought in specifically to make this company better. And I will do that. It is only a matter of time before all of the old are gone, and the new, well, we will make this company something special.
Does he have his own secretary outside, or is this
He does have
Tara?
his own secretary outside.
Okay.
I will note he was using the word we. There seems to be only he is the new. Just gonna point that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody else seems to be, well, Schaller is old. Coleman is MI6 doing MI6 work. And he said he was brought in, and he uses the word we, but
And do you have... I like the way you are thinking.
Mm.
With money.
yes,
But
that's right.
you speak alone. If Schaller will not be here, if Coleman is no longer here,
Yes.
who else is left?
Well, there's me, of course. And I have to tell you, I'm well, not to toot my own horn, but I'm what they call a wunderkind when it comes to investments. I have vision for this place. This place will become, under my leadership, when the old retire or never come back, or whatever it is they're going to do, I will be able to make this something special. And I do have connections. You needn't worry about that. I have got enough connections to keep this business going better ever than it ever was before.
You are still one person.
Oh, yes, but I'm a person who... And he smiles, and he just sort of like... It's a thing that you as a Russian probably would not know what it means. But you as a person who understands British high society does know what this means. He just sort of taps his tie pin, which is one of those things you do as like a... If Linklaith were here, Linklaith would also tap his tie pin. It's like if you were went to a military academy and you knock your ring on the table. It's just one of these ways to sort of like note your old boys club. But Mr. Popov probably wouldn't get it. And he clearly does it as a reflex, right? Like just kind of one of those reflexes. He's like, oh, what you don't know, of course, is that I work in very, very rarefied circles. If you need to get money in or out, I can make sure those things are smoothed right by. And all people who work in what I would think of as a new and renewed Cathedral Dome, well, we all stand to make quite a lot of money. And I must say, I believe that we can make quite a bit of money in ways that are easier than other companies who don't have the sort of connections that I have. It'll be much more stable under me.
Da. But you are... Schaller is still alive. You are still his junior partner.
Well, yes, but between you and I imagine Mr. Coleman probably, ran afoul of the FSB or some such, poking his nose in. He always was a bit strange. I imagine he's not coming back. It's not yet confirmed, but my understanding is that such a thing will be confirmed, and once it is confirmed, I will be able to step into the senior partner role, and that leaves just Schaller ahead of me. And I don't know if you've met him. He is ancient and also quite drunk most of the time, and he's also just really not present. I think easily... He was about to say manipulatable. Easily swayed to let those with youth and vigor take of it. Did you know that I was the captain of my polo team? And the ways in which I would charge that horse across the fields, well, I would do that with your investments as well. Mr. Schaller is going to retire sooner or later, and I'm sure a little bit of encouragement would not hurt. And with the best clients, he will see that leaving me in charge of the entire thing will be best for everyone. I'm sure any day, word of Mr. Coleman's retirement will come through, and, well, then I'll be a senior partner, and you can rest assured I will not be going anywhere.
What is your timeline?
Well, I really can't say. Just waiting. I have been told that we're going to have some sort of a inquiry or an investigator of some sort coming in to just check in on Mr. Coleman, to see what's happening. And I was told that it'll happen fairly quickly. Any day now, I imagine we'll be hearing back that Mr. Coleman has, well, retired or left or whatever it is he's done. But I assure you, we should be getting word at any time. I have it on a good authority that we have a very good sort of I don't know, like a private investigator sort of person, some such thing like that, coming in to just double check. And once we find out that Mr. Coleman's gone, then I will be senior partner, Hestridge, myself.
I give him a bit of a wiry smirk, kind of almost smarmy, and I'm like, "You are too shiny, but I like where your head is at. You need a little bit more initiative if you're going to be in this line of business. But I like your initiative."
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Listen, if you wish, we can absolutely have a dinner. We can talk about how you might want to invest your vast wealth. But listen, I know that you're probably hesitant because your first contact was with Mr. Coleman, but I can assure you, within probably just a few days, we will have official word that he has retired or left the company, and then I will definitely have the authority as a senior partner. There's no one else besides me, and I'm the best there is. So just give it a few days, and I'm sure that once that report comes in, you will be, rest assured, I think, to see me as senior partner, Michael Hestridge, taking care of your funds. There's no need to go back to Mr. Coleman, even if he were to return. But I know that you're probably wanting some sort of official statement, and I'm certain that we can get you that official statement just as soon as we're just waiting on a report.
Put me in the books for next week. I shall come by and see what the status is.
All right, excellent. I will absolutely do that, and I will let my secretary know that you'll be coming in 1 week's time. Is Thursday good for you? Thursday at 2:00?
No, Friday 5.
Friday 5. Well, if it's Friday at 5, there's a lovely, lovely sort of hookah bar at the top of the Red Tower. If you'd like, we could go and have dinner and drinks and hookah, and we can discuss all of your investments then.
Okay.
Excellent. And you can tell he exudes like he won. Doesn't seem like he won over you, but it feels like you get this sense that he's like, oh, I've beat all those old, boring, inefficient, bad business people. And like, you can see that he feels as if he is winning. You know what I mean? Like, this is his triumph.
As we're standing up to shake hands, to shake on the deal, as we are shaking, I will say, you have a good head on your shoulders, young man.
Thank you, Mr.
But a terrible tie.
Oh.
Get a better tie. I did not trust you.
Oh, well,
until you spoke.
And he takes off the tie pin, puts it in his pocket, takes off the tie, throws the tie away, and he's like, of course, just immediately.
And I'm like, go to a second and third, some street. Go to that high-end store.
Yes,
they have good ties.
I will absolutely do so. Of course.
People will trust. The Russians will trust you.
Yes.
Is that secretary for sale or is jobless now? I'm looking for a new secretary.
Oh,
Coleman's, yes.
Oh, Coleman's. Oh, yes, she's in the office next door. Well, you see, she doesn't quite think that she's out of work yet, because after all, we don't have the official resignation of Coleman just yet, but it shall be coming any day or two. So she's right now just sitting around, taking up company money, wasting time. But I imagine any day now we'll be able to fire her, make ourselves more efficient.
Good. I will give her a business card.
Oh,
See you next week.
Yes, next week.
Ridge.
Yes, it was so nice talking to you, Mr. Popov. So nice.
And as I'm walking out,
the pile of papers sort of fall over, and he's like, "Oh, excuse me," and he starts like gathering up this portfolio of papers that has fallen.
And as he was throwing out his tie, that's when I grab the page and put it in the pocket. And as I'm walking out, and he's just very enthusiastically speaking at me at my back.
Oh, he is.
As I'm closing the door, I just mutter under my breath, a lot enough that the secretary can hear me. It's like, too enthusiastic, less energy. And
you have this client portfolio list in your pocket, and you leave his secretary's sort of reception area, and right across the way it says Harry Coleman.
And so I walk over to where Miss Tallwood is sitting.
You open the door and she is there. She is clearly the personal assistant and secretary. And she is, I have a photo for you.
Ooh,
I do. She is sort of tall, willowy. She's got the sort of vibe of a dancer. And she is sort of sitting, whereas Michael Hestridge's secretary was texting on her phone. This woman, Tara Tallwood, is she's typing. You know, she seems to be trying to keep herself busy. And you see her, she's got this sort of like very, very graceful sort of vibe. And as she looks up, she sort of smiles. She looks a little guarded. As she smiles at you, she goes, yes, how may I help you? If you would. She says,
hello. I am Anatoly Popov. Anatoly Popov.
Yes. How may I help you?
You are the secretary to Harry Coleman, correct?
Yes, I am. Yes.
I was told he is on vacation.
Yes. And there's this little tightness in her smile. He's an excellent, he should be home at any moment, back to work at any moment. He's a wonderful, wonderful man. Would you like an appointment?
When will he be returning?
Well, Mr. Popov, he should be back at any time. In the meantime, there's a Michael Hestridge, Mr. Hestridge, who's across the way. He's handling all of Mr. Coleman's clients in his absence. But
yes, he is young and he is loud and talks a lot. Too much.
Yes, he does.
He did not like your Coleman very much.
I see. Well, Mr. Coleman is a dear. He cares about his clients very much, and he cares about other people very much. He's a kind man, and he's the sort of person anyone would be lucky to work with.
I am trying to gauge if she is MI6, knows about what Harry does. Would that be a
tradecraft?
Tradecraft?
Yeah. Also, bullshit detector. Those two things together,
Oh, okay.
right, to see, like, right, you kind of get it. You can use those both together to sort of think about it. Um,
Mhm.
a couple of things. She is definitely choosing her words very carefully when she speaks about him. Um, she is not lying to you,
Mhm.
but she is clearly trying to protect him and also cover for him in certain ways
Yeah.
and deflect attention from him, right? Sort of normalize things.
Mm. Mhm.
Um, you suspect that if he has secrets, she knows them.
Mm.
You can also tell she's very protective of him in some way, right? That she's got some kind of personal investment. It doesn't vibe romantic, but it vibes to you as if he's really important to her in some way. But
Mm.
you don't get the vibe that she is MI6. However, you get the vibe that she either knows or suspects, and that she is trying to keep up his cover, right? Like that she's trying to keep up
Yeah.
his cover. And like you could see that it was like when you brought up his absences, right? The way in which he tried to like cover it in a way that she didn't need to. Um
Mhm.
uh that there's like there's and she's like, well, Mr. Coleman's been out for a bit, but and she's quite young. She looks to be like she actually looks to be about the same age as those guys, you're right out of college
Oh,
wunderkins. They seem
yeah.
about the same age. Ish, right? He might be, he does take breaks at times, unexpectedly. He might be in England, but more likely, he's most likely off on some client's yacht. He's probably doing something like that. Um, I would say there's nothing to worry about. He should be back at any time. You are going to. I'm going to tell you this from your bullshit detection. Tradecraft says to
Mhm.
you, she's not MI6, but she probably either knows or suspects that he is, and is trying to keep his cover. Um, you also get the vibe that she actually has no idea when he's coming back or where he went, and she seems worried, right? Um,
Okay.
she seems worried, is I think
Uh,
the best way to put that. Um,
I I walk and approach her desk as she gives me this last piece of information. Have you worked for Coleman long?
oh, um, well, um, I have been working with him for, well, 2 or 3 years, I'd say. Um, yes, I'd say 3 years. That's about right. And she sort of smiles thinking about it.
Does
Mm.
he do this often? Is he gone on vacation often?
Oh, I wouldn't say it's vacation. I'd say he's probably on work. He's quite reliable. If he's most likely doing something for a client, I would say. He's a very trustworthy sort of person, and he could also. I mean, he's doing his job. Certainly, he's not the sort of person that would just abandon his duties.
You know him well then, working with him 2, 3 years.
Yes, 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 I do. I know him very well. He's,
Mm.
he's a trustworthy and a good man.
And as I am working close, well, Hestridge does not believe he will be coming back. Why is that?
I don't know why Mr. Hestridge would think such a thing. I'm going to assume it's wishful thinking. And there's this tightness in her smile. She clearly does not like Hestridge and has not had a good time with
Who
Hestridge,
does? Who
right, in
does?
the past. Uh, that is clearly the case, that she is not happy. I'm going to assume that it's more wishful thinking than anything else. That's what I will
Then he
assume.
is, how do you say, full of shit.
Yes. Well, yes, he was brought on. I don't know who brought him on, but he was brought on, and he's been just a ray of sunshine ever since he got here.
You are also British then, do you know of this Hestridge?
No, we didn't travel in the same circles. He's a bit more posh than me. I didn't go to
So no.
Oxford, University of London.
Oh. Good college.
Yes.
University, that's how they say it over there. Good
Yes.
university. I get closer and
and again, there's something about like the timing of all of this. Like, she's been here for maybe 3 years. She doesn't look that much out of college age.
Yeah.
She looks a little bit young, right? To have, if she's been here for 3 years, like there's a little bit in the timing that seems a little bit weird for you there.
Yeah. And take
Also,
out my business card.
If she's this close with him, she knows things about him.
Yeah. I'm taking out a business card. It's a bullshit card. But I flip it behind and I lean forward and grab one of her pens. I grab one of her pens and I
you can also
start
tell,
writing.
by the way, that she's a little bit wary and guarded. Like, let's say you were a spy, and maybe you had a secretary, and you said to the secretary, be careful of anybody who might ask questions or might be looking out. Like that kind of, like, she's got that kind of, if you've ever told a civilian that you were a spy and people might be coming after you, or might ask questions, and like, don't give any information away, that kind of a thing. Weird. You know what it reminds me of a little bit, or perhaps reminds you of? The way that your parents would say, don't tell anything anybody if anybody asks questions, right? That kind of thing. Kind of same vibe. So you can tell that she's guarded about not wanting to say anything too much that might give anything away, or that she's been warned, clearly not by Hestridge. So she's got that a little bit of a guardedness to protect him.
As I start writing something on the back of this card. I flip it over and I start writing some information. And as I am leaning there forward, writing on this card, I say, you know, Harry was also my first boss. Good man. He always wore this atrocious cologne, but claimed that his wife loved it. But what are you gonna do? He's a stubborn man, correct?
And she just looks around, like, sort of like instinctually, just make sure that nobody's listening. She goes, yes. And she kind of looks surprised at you, like, wow. Like, she just realizes, like, oh, like, it's like she just realized that you were a disguise, right? And she was like,
yeah,
kind of surprised by it, like taken aback. Oh, yes, his cologne was quite bad. It's terrible, really.
It is good to see he does not change very much. And as I flip my card over, well, you may be needing a job soon. And I suggest, and I need a secretary. And I wink at her as I give her the card, soon, if you are looking for a job soon. And on the back of the card, as a time and a place, it is a cafe in a dark part of the town.
Yeah.
And I say, well, Mrs. Tallwood, Miss Tallwood, it was a pleasure meeting you.
Are you... And she sort of takes the card and she puts it in her purse. Are you here to, and she's trying to figure out a way to give you secret information, but she clearly is not a spy, right? So she's trying to figure out, are you here to,
I am interested in Coleman and his work. He's always done good, from what I've heard. And while Hestridge is ambitious, I prefer to work with someone more experienced. And so I have a lot of interest for when he returns.
Yes. Well, I will be as helpful as I can be. Thank you. It was very nice to meet you, Mr. Popov. And again, there's this sort of like sense of wonder. Like she's like, wow, right? That's just a little like, oh, that's amazing, right? Like
a magic trick right in front of me.
Basically, yes. She's like, oh my gosh, a magic trick right in front of me. And she smiles and she goes, well, I hope Harry will be back to meet you soon. But thank you. Thank you.
Yes, and if not, think of the author. And I point at the purse where she put the card.
Yes. And she's still a little stunned.
And do not tell Hestridge about this. He still thinks we might do business, and let him have hope.
Of course. Yes.
And I walk out.
And as you walk out, Tara Tallwood, sort of shocked and surprised by the magic trick she just saw, and also a little relieved. If there's like this sort of a bit of a relief that sort of hits her as you walk out. And as you walk out, the door to Hestridge's office opens and he goes, oh, so good to see you, my good chap. I'm looking forward to working with you. This is going to be I say it's going to be like all profits in rubles and pounds in the future, eh? As he smiles at you.
Just give him a nod. And I wait at the elevator.
And then like it goes, and he nods, he like waves to his secretary, and you can hear the elevator unlock and the doors open.
And I walk in and just like stern face the entire way down. And as I go down, I give another nod at the receptionist.
Yeah.
Before walking off.
And you can hear like they've got like a TV up that's playing like British television, but like they're reruns of something like Faulty Towers or something very, very stereotypically British, so that you get that whole vibe as you walk out into the Moscow streets. But that is when we're going to take our 10-minute break. This is our 10-minute break time. As you've set up a meeting to meet with Coleman's secretary, and you've learned that it seems they're just waiting on a secret agent to put in the final report that Coleman is not coming back. And apparently that report that you give Linklaith will somehow get back to, I guess somehow, who knows, we'll get back to Cathedral Dome, and good old Mikey Hestridge will be able to take over his job.
Probably not.
I think it'll be fine. Yeah. And you have a client list in your pocket that may or may not have interesting things in it. And when we get back, we will find out what those things might be. 10-minute break, everybody. 10-minute break. We'll be back in 10. Drink water, hydrate, stretch your legs, and we will return shortly. Hello, everyone. Hello. And we are back for the second half of our second episode of Seasons of Death Spring, The Deniable Woman. When last we left off, our agent disguised herself as Anatoly Popov, a rich Russian investor who went in to see Cathedral Dome Investments, and while there learned that Harry Coleman is missing, and young Michael Hestridge, who went to the exact same school as Jimmy Linklater and is friends with Jimmy Linklater, and they went to college together and they used to party together, was brought in about a year ago to be the next junior partner. And he doesn't seem to really care if Coleman comes back or not. As a matter of fact, he would like Coleman to he'd like this whole thing resolved really quickly so he can just take over Coleman's job and then make gross amounts of money in this company, which is a potential gold mine for profit and could be more profitable if the company were not wasting time with bad clients. In this process, and he seems to be, he's hiding something. He's a little bit nervous, but generally speaking, he seems to be honest about wanting to just make a lot of money. That seems to be the case. Our agent Loki also got to meet with Harry Coleman's personal assistant and secretary, whose bullshit detector was pinging on the bullshit detector a lot more because she's very evasive and wanting to keep Harry protected. She seems to maybe know a little bit more than she let on. Our agent gave a phone number and a place to meet. Well, time and place to meet for later that evening. But in the meantime, our agent also spirited away a client portfolio list from Harry Coleman that was in Hestridge's hand, and Hestridge did not think it was all that good. That is where we left off. And so, my friend, what does Agent Loki do? You have on your person a client list. You have a meeting set up. What's next for you?
I am going to do another. I'm going to be looking at this list as I'm going down the roads. I'm making my way to where I'm going to meet Tara, but it is going to be a little bit later. It's early in the day. Set to meet at 6 in the afternoon. So there's still a bit of time until then. So I am going to walk very importantly, looking at these pieces of paper in my hand. And it looks like many pieces of paper now because I also picked up a magazine as we were walking. Just and so and I'm looking at it. I'm reading down the list, seeing if I recognize any of the names. And do I recognize any of the names as I'm walking here? I'm eventually going to make my way to the meeting spot. But I need to make a couple of stops before I get there. So
I will tell you that this will constitute taking time. You're gonna have to sort of take time to go through this list.
That's okay. I need to take time to get to the place, so it works out.
Most of this is gonna be research. If you have accounting, that'll speed this up some to go through the paperwork. And I also would like to know what other skills you're using as I sort of tell you what you've generally finding. Generally speaking, think about research and accounting, right? But go ahead. What else?
Yeah. I definitely don't have accounting. That was my mommy. That's not me. So I am going to try any bureaucracy knowledge I might have about it. High society. And streetwise.
Yep.
And then just general research.
Also tradecraft, always you want that one.
Yeah, I was gonna say also tradecraft, yeah.
So when you go through this list of clients, try to correlate what you've got. looking at the kind of ins and outs. You're getting sort of financial information. One thing you notice is that Cathedral Dome Investments is profitable, right? That it is important for its cover. It is profitable.
Yeah.
But when you look at Coleman's portfolio, you can tell that he was definitely using his job as an investment person as a cover for meeting informants and agents.
Yes.
And you can tell this because looking at this list, it falls into basically two categories. You've got these genuine investors, and you can tell because they are plowing hundreds of thousands of pounds, right, into the market. Or the other set of clients are these smaller investors or these smaller clients who are dealing with much smaller sums of money or not investing at all, right? So you've got these like
Hmm.
huge big numbers over here, and then a number of clients that are just, either no money or small amounts of money. Um, I'm going to just note that if you wanted to maximize profit, you would just dump all of those crap clients and just have big investing clients. But those people would not be informants or helping spycraft in any way. And thinking back about Michael Hestridge, he does not seem to realize that these are informants, right? He just think they're bad clients that I don't know why you have all this dead weight on your list, right? Uh,
Yeah.
and I think that if he had his way, he'd probably just dump all of them, not even realizing who or what they are. He's just realizing that they're just not making money. Um, Going through the list of people who are on the potential informant side, there are two clients that stand out to you as being potentially interesting. And the first is a Russian named Dr. Edward Morozov. 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 What you notice is that Harry Coleman had several meetings with him in the last few weeks. One of them on the exact same day that he gave you that phone call. And Morozov has not invested any money into Cathedral Dome at all. But after Coleman met the doctor the first time, Coleman set up an account named Fund V, with a V for Victor. And several weeks later, immediately after another meeting with Morozov, according to this file, someone deposited 20,000 pounds into the Fund V account. And if you are able to get access to the internet to do some of your secure searching with your research, you
Hmm.
have to sit somewhere, right? Uh, I imagine your phone is probably encrypted and pretty good. You'd be able to trace that sum back to a bank in London. Um,
At this point, I have my phone up as I'm walking and I'm just talking business
mhm,
nonsense into it, and with the
mhm.
occasional exclamation of like a bliat or a suka.
um, Again, whenever you want, just tell me what skills you want to go to sort of get further details about this um,
Mhm.
Morozov and this sort of situation. But I know you mentioned tradecraft, and your tradecraft tells you Morozov is an informant. That he,
Yeah.
right, that he's an informant, that he's got info and intel in some way. You could do research to get some basics on Morozov. That would not be hard for you to do from your phone even. It just takes time, but you could do it. You could find out something a bit more about him
Hmm.
if you were interested. The Are you basic searches?
I I I will be, but I want to hear about the second person first.
The second person is someone whose name you have heard of. You don't know this person, but this person is a client named Borya Ignatiev. And Borya Ignatiev is a wealthy timber and chemical magnet based in the city of Kostroma. And he's big. He's like, you'd think of him as being one of these wealthy clients, right? And
Mhm.
not on the list of being interesting. But what's interesting about him is that he had no relationship with Cathedral Dome. And all of a sudden, 1 week ago, right around the time that Coleman disappeared, he just dumped a huge amount of money into Cathedral Dome's accounts. Uh, just around the time that Coleman disappeared. And I know you were thinking about tradecraft, and your tradecraft says that Ignatiev is rumored to have connections to the FSB, the former KGB.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them suddenly dropping money into accounts the day that it happened.
Well, you tell me about that, because what kind of analysis would you like to do on those details right there? Do you have like
I
a
would
traffic analysis, accounting? What would you like to look at that?
hmm, I would like to, I think, look at the look back at the other clients that he
Mm-hmm.
had and look at the
Mm-hmm.
patterns of when
Mm-hmm.
they usually drop
Mm-hmm.
money to see if there was like
Mm-hmm.
a, you know how
Mm-hmm.
you go to the bank and deposit
Yeah.
your check
Yeah.
on a certain day. Is
Yeah.
there like a rhythm there with the
Yeah.
other clients that actually do
Yeah. Yeah.
invest
Mm-hmm.
to see how abnormal it is that they deposited on that
Yes.
particular day?
Yeah, it's quite abnormal. Um, it, there's no pattern. Also, you're going to notice that this amount of money drops. There's a gap between any of the other sorts of meetings listed or um, transactions and this transaction, this huge amount of money coming in from Ignatiev. Um, like maybe a day or two. So there's like
Mhm.
activity, him doing all this other stuff, a lack of activity. 2 days later, huge amount of money drops in from this guy, Ignatiev.
Okay. And
Into the Cathedral Dome accounts under it says looking at the document, because it is Coleman's paperwork, um,
yeah.
it looks like Coleman is the one who sort of like authorized the money coming in, but it is about a day or two after any other activity by Coleman. And it's after he called you. Um, it's like 3 days ago that this happened.
And when did Coleman go missing again?
It's a good question. Uh, you've heard slightly different days. You've heard a week. Um,
I'll put him in
Tara
on
said,
that then until I can ask Tara. Yeah.
yeah, she said that she hadn't seen him for a week, is what she said, right?
For a week. Yeah.
And you got a phone call about a week ago. Um, Linklaith said
This is-
maybe 4 or 5 days,
Mhm.
but there's no activity on this account by Coleman except for that one thing closer than a week out, right? So there's stuff up to a week ago, and then there's nothing,
Yeah.
and then like 3 days ago, this thing happens. And that sort of strikes
And
you as being a bit odd.
yeah, and looking at all the other accounts, especially the more
Mhm.
active, like real ones.
Yeah.
When did all of the contact with Coleman stop there? Like when did he
About
stop?
a week ago.
3 days ago? About a
A
week ago?
week.
So this is the
Yeah.
only
Yeah.
is the only outlier. Okay.
Yeah.
And this
It's the only
is
outlier.
Voria Ignatiev?
That's right.
Okay.
Mhm.
And they're in Kostroma. All right.
Mhm. And Kostroma's north of Moscow. It's a little town.
And this is directly into Cathedral accounts,
Dome.
not a
Yes,
fund like a Dome. Sorry.
that is correct. But the person who authorized it, according to the records, is Coleman.
Yeah. Okay. Then to double
So,
back
like, according to
on
the records, it looks like Ignatiev did a deal with Coleman to have some huge amount of money just drop into that company.
which is a little weird, champ, but
You know, a little weird.
I'll try to find out more from Tara.
Mhm.
And then to double back on Dr. Edvard Morozov,
Yeah.
I would like to do some research on them,
Yep.
find out what they're a doctor, what kind of doctor they are. Are you a
Yep.
real doctor or a
Yep.
one by title?
Yeah.
A medical doctor, I should say. I shouldn't say real doctor. Everyone's a
Thank
real
you, thank you.
doctor. A a medical doctor,
Yeah.
or if he's a different type of doctor, and if so,
Yeah.
what kind?
Yeah.
And where to find them.
Yeah. Well, so he and you have more than one sort of ways to get information about people. He is a part-time lecturer at the First Moscow State Medical University.
What kind of
That's
doctor?
so the First Moscow State Medical University is not particularly prestigious, and he's a lecturer, which is also not particularly prestigious. That's kind of what's the word? Precarious, right? It's a nothing place. It's a nothing and a nowhere place. There's nothing really interesting happening there. It's a crappy place. When you do sort of further research on the webpage there and what you can find out, he was born in 1963, Morozov, and he's he's adjunct faculty. Yeah, he's a specialist in blood diseases. And when you look at what you can find publicly on him, most of his biography is vague, with considerable gaps in the public record, which, I mean, that says to you, as a person with tradecraft, that he was probably doing secret military work in some capacity. Because whenever you've got a slightly vague, kind of like your parents would have slightly vague backgrounds, right? With gaps, usually those gaps you're doing something secret in this sort of context. And looking at the pattern, it seems like there was some sort of scandal or disgrace that ended his career in the 1980s. Maybe for the last decade, he's been a poorly paid part-time lecturer at this nowhere space when he clearly had some very bright career with a lot of weird gaps going on. If you look even further into it, seems like 1987, his wife died. There was like a notice that his wife died around 87. And it was sometime around there, probably around 87, that it seemed like his career took some kind of big nosedive. Maybe he ticked somebody off, but something happened, and ever since then, all those like vague gaps just stopped happening. And he has been not doing much of anything recently. You know, just working in a dead-end sort of university as a part-time lecturer, going from like seemed like a pretty famous and well-respected specialist in blood diseases to nowhere.
And you said Borea Ignatiev what was he made wealthy with?
Timber and chemicals.
That's weird.
It's a weird mix, actually. That is true. That is true. It is. If you are, let me see, what can you get about him from just this moment, if you're thinking about that? So doing research on your phone and seeing what you can do as you're getting there. You might have to get into other places to get more things, but from what you can find out about him, he's pretty wealthy. He's not wealthy enough to actually be an oligarch, but he's like just one step below. He's there. Doing research onto him, you find out that he controls vast forests in the Kostroma Oblast, which is northeast of Moscow. And he earns a huge amount of money from the timber industry. He's just got all these huge forests that he owns. But he has diversified into various chemical industries, including a factory in Moscow that produces industrial quantities of a chemical agent called plufluorodecolin.
Interesting. What is plufluorodecolin?
I believe you might have heard that word before. You were sick. You were injured. And I believe your mother was able to get some plurifluorodecolin to help you after some kind of injury. I believe we talked about this last week. It is a sort of a chemical that helps. It's like a it's like for blood transfusions. It's not particularly well known out in the UK, but it's really useful for damaged cells. Like if your cells are quite damaged, it is a compound that you can use for blood transfusions that actually really regular blood does not do so well for very damaged cells, but this apparently does something like that. That's sort of your understanding of it. Probably somebody who would know more about blood diseases or something like that would probably know better. But you do remember that your mother somehow got access to it as an accountant at one point in time when you were younger, and you had some kind of injury that was not so great. But he is based out of the small city of Kostroma, but he spends most of his time in Moscow, so he's probably somewhere partying up in this place. Tradecraft and research you were looking at, right?
Yes.
Tradecraft, there are other skills that you could use here as well when you're on your research, but Tradecraft says that if he is connected to the FSB, then it doesn't actually make sense that he'd be on FSB's client list, right? The only way he'd be on the client list is if he were an informant, but that doesn't make any sense. Because if he's actually really closely tied to the FSB and he's doing really well, there's no reason why he would be an informant for MI6. And also he gave them money rather than the other way around. And normally with informants, you give them money, not them giving you money. So that seems a little bit weird to you, to be honest. And from your research of him online, he doesn't really seem like the kind of person that would, he seems a little bit risk averse. Research will tell you that before building this perfluorodecolin factory, Kostroma mostly imported large quantities of before building the factory for this chemical, Kostroma imported large quantities of that substance each year. So they weren't making it themselves, but they were importing huge amount of this chemical into the small town of Kostroma every year. But then he built a factory diversifying his interests, and so now they don't have to do that. But there is no obvious connection between Kostroma's activities, which is mostly timber, and this this sort of like blood transfusion chemical, perfluorodecolin. But they were getting huge amounts of this chemical every year from abroad, being shipped into this small town. But that all has stopped since he built his own factory.
I before I reach my end destination where I'm going to meet Tara, I am going to duck into another alley and change up and look a little bit more like a university student. Like a little older, but like still kind of like on that like edgier, more liberal side. Looking.
Yeah. You, by the way,
shouldn't be too.
You could get access to Morozov's home address. That is a thing you could get.
I am, before you tell me,
really well protected, by the way. That's all I'm saying. Right? Like you could get his number, like in the equivalent of the white pages.
I am going to after I change and I walk out, I would like to just lean against like the alley and like take out a smoke and just smoke there in the alley. And I would like to call up a connection with the FSB.
I see. Well then, you're gonna need to make a roll. Let's do that discussion for a moment. Well, it's not a roll because this is tradecraft, but there is someone that you know of who is your equivalent that you could talk to. You've not met her, but you've heard about her. But she'd be the one. Her name is Roshkova. Roshkova. And Nina Roshkova is the FSB person that you would want to get in contact with. The thing is, to make that connection, you either need a push of tradecraft to get in good, or you need to do surveillance to try to track her down. But there is a woman, Nina Roshkova. That's the one. But if you don't have a push to get yourself to make the meeting, you're going to have to ambush her with surveillance.
Sure. So I don't have a push.
Not at the moment. Not at the moment, but you might get one. It's possible.
Yeah. So you said surveillance,
yes.
Or just surveillance. Okay. All right.
It's a 12, by the way. Or
okay.
You could discard your connected cover. That would also do it.
My connected cover. Oh, my
your edge mastery would do it as well. Yep.
Yeah, now as good as any. I really want that push, but top is nasty. So I'll use that.
Yeah.
I'll use that connected cover instead.
And you could only do the push, by the way, if your heat is 2 or is less than 2, which it is, but it's not easy meeting. But if you have that edge mastery, that will do it. You could, through a series of connections, connected cover, get a meeting with Roshkova. the meeting, the FSB works out of the old Lubyanka building, which is the former headquarters of the KGB. But if you try to reach out, you would get word back with a location and a time, which would be Gorky Park tomorrow at noon.
Tomorrow at noon. Okay.
And open public meetings, that tells you that's how you do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm finally like, it's so comforting. I cannot describe to you the comfort that Alyssa is feeling, Loki is feeling, working, speaking with people who know how to do their fucking jobs. God, I'm so tired of dealing with children.
Right? Yes. Yes.
Like, God, finally, people who know what the craft is, who appreciate the craft.
Some of these people don't appreciate the craft.
If I could cry, I would, but instead I'm looking cool against the building on like my third cigarette.
So what might you know about Roskova before you meet her?
I have, in previous jobs, when I was in Russia working undercover for some seedy people, I probably heard the name.
Yeah.
But probably I'd heard Roskova, or maybe an alias they might have had at the time.
Yeah.
And it's a name probably that came up a bit, and then especially maybe with some of the MI6 that would come back from Moscow.
Yeah. Yeah.
And being like, oh, you're like, you know, MI6's Roshkova or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I'm like, no, Roshkova is the FSB's Loki. Get it right.
Yeah. There were a lot of weird comparisons. But what you know about
I'm like, two women are allowed to be successful in the same field at the same time. We don't need to compete. We're both good at our jobs.
Come on. What you know about her is that she's in her late 30s. That she was raised by her aunt.
Okay.
And that she was recruited into the FSB right after university, although they probably had their eyes on her earlier. She's probably recruited actually younger, but right out of university is when she joined. You know that she's a mid-ranking officer in the Economic Security Service. So she's responsible for investigating financial crimes and money transfers. Which means that she would be the person who might be looking into Coleman's stuff, right? If that seemed to be like that, she'd be the person who might be doing that. She has a reputation for being prickly, standoffish, like a kind of like a prickly, standoffish analyst. That she mostly operates alone, and that she's unpopular and unlikely to ever be promoted. But what you've heard from fellow MI6 agents is that she is very good at her job, highly competent, and that her position as being sort of like a not popular but very competent means that she's often seen as like an attack dog, used to take down troublemakers, especially foreign ones. Very good, but not popular, so somewhat disposable, one could say, or deniable.
Damn. Mood.
Yeah.
I was popular once.
Yeah, you were popular once. But she's the Russian Loki. Yeah.
Then with that at hand, I listened for the pace of people walking by to try and determine about what time it is, because I'm not wearing a watch.
Mm-hmm.
And
And of course, they're church bells, right? You are
yeah.
getting close to your meeting time with Tara.
So with that at hand, information research done, or a good
Mm-hmm.
bit of research done.
It's
Just
always more you
connections
can
to be
get, but
made.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Right now, Loki is thinking that she was thinking biochemical or something along those lines
Yeah.
between those two people.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
right now, that's the only theory she might have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some biochemical attack or something like that. But then why
And
would we be working with one of them? So it's
yeah,
like
that seems weird,
it's a
actually.
real yeah, really struggling to figure it out. But I really don't have a ton of time to think about it.
Yeah.
About the why. I just need to know what else do I need to know.
Yeah.
So with that, I'm gonna go inside the cafe bar, depending on what time
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
A little bit, um, grimy. It's like a
Yeah.
dive bar essentially.
Yeah.
I go in, I find a booth. Regrettably, because it is a little sticky, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah. And there is you don't have to wait too long before Tara shows up, and she is dressed down a little bit so she doesn't look as buttoned up, and she looks very much to you like uh, a college student, really, right? She's got that
Yeah.
sort of slightly young, um, she's got a bit of a youthfulness, although she's got a bit of uh, a little bit of a. She's grown up. Let's put it that way. It looks like she's had a slightly harder life than she could have had, but she's still like it's that kind of funny thing where like somebody who's young but they've lived a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've lived a
And
life.
yeah, and she looks around and then she doesn't see you because you
And
do look a little different.
I let her look around for a little bit just for looks, for like anybody else who might be in this bar.
Hmm.
And then when she starts like looking back around a little more frantically,
Yeah.
I put out a hand and I just wave her over.
She looks a bit confused at first, then she like squints at you, and then she comes over, and like as she's in a distance, she doesn't quite know who you are. Um, but as she gets closer, she's like, and then you can see her eyes, and she sort of comes in and she sits down, and she's already gotten like a drink. And she sits down, she goes, "Hello." Try to just it's like uh you are kind of impressing her, I guess is the best way I could put it. Right? Like she's sort of like, "Oh, oh," right? Which gives you the sense that like she's probably only seen Harry in one element, right?
Yeah, yeah. I
Not through the thousand faces.
yeah.
She's like, "Oh,
I
hello."
um hello. Oh, I should decide what accent I want to do here. Um hello. It's nice to see you again.
Yes. And you can tell she's not quite certain how this is going to go or what's going to happen or what she should say or how she should do, um, which tells you she's not been on jobs for Harry, more like just keeping a cover, if that makes any sense.
I will say, Trooper, I can't hear you very well. You're muffling out for me.
I got you. I got you. Let's see. Thank you. Tell me if that's good.
No, yours sound the same.
Now?
There you go. Yeah, now.
Got you. Okay. Go on.
I am like, you can call me Loki.
Oh, all right. Um, you're here about Harry.
Yes. I believe you're worried about him also, which is comforting to say the least. Most people I've spoken about this have been quite eager that he is gone.
I'm assuming he's just doing some sort of work. He does go missing sometimes, but it's always for a good reason. I just haven't heard
Do
from
you
him
know
yet.
why?
And no, he doesn't really share those sorts of things with me, but I'm sure it's just something work related. It's just that everyone seems so certain he's not coming back, which is not normal.
Can you tell me about Harry in these past month? What has he been like? Any different?
Not necessarily. He has been doing his work as normal, out and about as he often is. He seemed to be somewhat distressed in the last 2 or 3 weeks, but sometimes that happens. Um, the last 6 months or so, he's been a bit obsessed with something, tracking something down. I don't know what. He was quite excited um, a few weeks ago to have made some important progress um, on whatever it was he was working on. I don't quite know what. By the way, that's about the time that he first met with Morozov. Was
Oh, okay.
that coincides around that time period? Something very good, I think, was some sort of breakthrough with something he was working on. He wouldn't share such things with me, of course. That's not what I need to know. But he's been working very hard for the last year or so on something and had some sort of progress or breakthrough in the last few weeks. Um, but it sort of, the breakthrough sort of weighed on him. At first he was excited, and then he seemed to be disturbed, nervous, perhaps. I don't know really what it was about because, uh, he just wanted to make sure he was all right. He can't be so too certain. After all, uh, people might come looking for him, or he could get in trouble.
Very good. Very good. You seem distressed. When did he go missing? How long has been he out?
He's, I haven't seen him in a week. He's not been back in the office and done anything, as far as I know, for about 7 days.
Interesting. Do you know much about his clients? If I were to give you names, would you be able to give me any information?
I don't know how much. I might be able to do something, but I don't know by how much I could. I mean, it depends on the client, I imagine.
I mean,
I know some
anything is
things.
good information.
Yes.
Would you know anything about Borea Ignatieff?
She looks a bit nervous. Why?
Did something happen with Ignatieff and Coleman or yourself?
Ugh. Um, well, that's,
Look, my only interest here is to find Coleman. Harry is a good friend of mine, and I am not that concerned with what he was involved with. I'm more concerned with his safety. If he's
well,
anything off the books or weird happened, he's not in trouble with me.
well, the Ignatiev, account, um, I entered in that information. I logged in under his name and filed the transfer myself. Um, uh, Mr. Hestridge told me to do so. Um, um, Hestridge told me that Coleman arranged for this deal with Mr. Ignatieff himself, but before he left, and that it should be put under his name to count for year-end bonuses. It was a large sum of money, and it would count very well for Harry. So Mr. Hestridge says that I should enter it in under his name so that he would get credit for it.
Interesting. Thank you so much for sharing that. And
He's
that
a
was
very
about
good
3 days
man.
ago?
Yes, that's right. About 3 days ago, Mr. Hestridge came into my office and let me know about this deal that Harry made before he left. He was trying to do right by Harry, I think, to make sure that Harry got credit for it.
I'm sure he was. How about a Dr. Edward Morozov?
Yes, I've seen his name on Harry's portfolio list, but I've actually never seen him. He never came into the office to meet with him in any way. So he must have only met with Harry outside of the office. I've not actually ever seen him come in. I don't even know him at all. It's somewhat new. But I did all of the accounting, setting up the accounts and transferring money back and forth.
Okay. Did you have any clue as to what he was looking into?
No, I don't. But Harry, no matter what people might think or say, he's very trustworthy, and he's a good person. And if he's missing, it must be on some sort of, there's probably a good reason. But I do know that there was potentially danger. I think he was a bit worried about danger.
Would it be... I don't think she's lying to me, but I feel like there's something... She keeps repeating, he's a good man, he's a good man. And
Yes.
I want to get a beat as to why she's trying to
Yeah.
emphasize that. Would that be
Yeah.
bullshit detector?
Reassurance, probably.
Oh, reassurance.
Because
Okay.
she's holding back on you, right? Like, you can tell that,
Yeah.
that she's... You're right. Bullshit detector says she's not lying, right? Absolutely, that is true.
Yeah.
But she does have information that she's not sharing, probably because either he told her not to, or she doesn't want to get him into trouble. It's like one of those things. Or she might be concerned that you've heard something bad about him. So like there's clearly something going on about something he did, or a reputation, or that he told her not to say something. Maybe a combination of those things are clearly happening. And I'd say it's probably reassurance is what you would need to convince her it's okay to say some of these things.
Then as I'm noticing this, as she like repeats again, almost to herself at this point,
Yeah.
that he's a good man, I'm like, you know, Harry was my first boss, essentially. To not
Was
get
he?
too much into the bureaucracy of it all. Yeah, he helped me out. And
does that?
I bungled it up. It's my first job did not go well in this business. I can go south very quickly.
I imagine he
But
must
Harry
have helped out quite a lot.
Harry had an interesting way of helping. He always had my back. I always trusted that he would, if push came to shove, he would take drastic actions to help. But
That's
truly
true.
what he did was
But if he ever did something like that, if he ever took any drastic actions, it was because he was trying to protect someone.
Absolutely. It's what he did. He cared so very much. He always gave me advice. We worked together for until he came and started working with Cathedral. I've introduced him to his wife, and
there's that look. You guess she knows about the affair. There's just a little look that has sort of happened, and that was a bit of a shift, right? That whole discussion of drastic actions and violence was one. There's like, oh, that's a path. Something happened, right? Maybe he protected her at some point. Maybe is the vibe you're getting. Maybe he did something violent to protect her, and then when you mention the wife, you're like, oh, that's a different path of information that she has. You know that she knows about the affair. Those are both two. It's like there's like a shift in her.
Fork.
Yeah.
But he gave me some words of reassurance in that first job, in which he just told me, I have to know myself. I have to be confident, no matter what face I may be wearing. If I make a choice, that has to be the choice I go with. And it's something that Harry lived with also. Any choice he made, he knew the consequences of it, and he was sure that it was an action he wanted to take.
He is very important to me, Harry. He helped me out when I really needed it.
He does that.
I was traveling. I was backpacking through Europe with my boyfriend, Raymond. And we made our way into Moscow. And Raymond was, well, he had problems with drugs, you see, and he would get quite angry. And I was in a nightclub with Raymond, and Raymond was he was getting, well, very angry, causing a scene. And out of nowhere, this man showed up, graying brown hair, looking like nobody important, just like you would forget his face. And he just came up and he grabbed my boyfriend right by the elbow. And he just said very quietly, "I'd like to speak with you outside." And he spoke with him outside. I think there was a bit of a fight. He came back in and he said that Raymond would never bother me again. And he helped. I had a bit of a black eye. He fixed it up and he said if I needed anything, he would help. And he hired me to be his secretary, and I have been his secretary since then. And Raymond never bothered me again.
That sounds like Harry.
He's a very private man. He liked to keep his private business private. His personal life, he hated that being the topic of discussion, really. He didn't like to share. But he did have someone that he met here. But he told me that her life might be in danger if anybody knew about it. If anyone knew that she was seeing him, that her life could be in danger. And so he was always very careful when he met her. She never visited the office or his apartment. There was one incident where she phoned the office, looking for him, and he made her hang up immediately, as if he was worried that someone might have been listening on the call. That's when I started getting the idea that maybe he did more than just investing. Sometimes he would have me drop things off, pick things up from his apartment, and then take it to hers. But he made sure, of course, that he was never seen with her in public, uh, and he told me that if anyone knew about her, that, well, she could be in danger. But anyone who was too close to him might be in danger, is what he said. So, um, I sometimes, you know, would bring over things to her or pick things up from his place. He said that no one would really pay too much attention to me, much more attention to him. So, but I wouldn't want to do anything to get her in trouble. Olga's nice enough. Um, so, he made me swear to keep that a secret.
Olga, you say? Does Olga have a last name?
Yes, Agrapova. Yes.
And do you know anything else about her aside from her involvement with Harry?
Well, I know she's, I believe they met at a restaurant. He was going and he was meeting with a client, a very rich one. So I think they were in a very rich sort of restaurant. And she is, as far as I know, she's a folklorist, an academic. Oh, she's a bit younger than he is, maybe 20 or so years younger than him. And apparently she just happened to be at this restaurant that he was at, and they met, and well, I believe he asked her out, and well, that's all how it started. I believe she studied in London at some point for a few months. She lives some distance from here. She doesn't live very close to Cathedral Dome. She doesn't seem to be quite wealthy, though. I mean, her apartment is not particularly nice. Yes. She's quite careful as well. Harry told her to be very careful of anyone meeting with anyone. So I don't actually get to see her very often. Really, Harry made everybody a little bit nervous. Well, at least myself and Olga, just about the dangers of everything. The fellow, Morozov, I do have his address. I had to send papers over there once. Well, I had to take them myself. Harry didn't want anybody, he was very careful about those things. Yes. I don't know if that's helpful.
That would be a wonderful piece of information to have. Thank you so very much.
What?
If you could share it, the address.
Oh, of course. Whose address would you like?
Morozov's?
Yes.
That's what she said, right?
Yes, well, she clearly has multiple addresses.
Yeah.
And she sort of
That's true.
takes that little pad and she writes down Morozov's address. I've only been there once, though. Yes.
And could you also give me Olga's, but do not write it down if she is as important. Just whisper it to me. Like, I lean forward,
and she leans over,
and I make like a look like she's giving me some real hot goss.
And she whispers this address to you, which is like all the other side of town. And as far as you know, it's kind of like a lower middle class sort of area.
Yeah.
Where the address is.
And
yes.
I stay there a little bit longer than she is actually speaking to me. And I look at her with like a look like, oh my God, I can't believe you just told me such hot goss. And I'm just like, just play along. Act like you just gave me something really interesting. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that's so
wild.
Scandalous.
Do you want Harry's address?
Um, yeah, yeah, I will also take it. Don't write it down. It's like, oh, and
Okay.
what else? What else happened?
Oh, and she
Um,
leans in and she tells you, and then she's trying to be animated, and she also gives you
yeah.
the security key to get. There's like a keypad to get into his place, and she says, "I wouldn't normally do this, but he has been missing a bit longer than I thought. I just wouldn't, except that Hestridge is just so certain he's not coming back. So, if that will help."
Oh, that will help so much. And I give a little bit of like a talking a little bit louder with like non-specific information before I quiet down again. And I'm like,
Yes,
no,
and
that
the
is
date was
very.
wonderful.
Oh, it sure was. Um, and then I say, yes, don't worry too much about playing your part. They can mostly see me. You have your back to them.
Yes,
Um, the
yes.
no, this is good. This is all very good. I am with everything
She
that I've been learning. Harry has been doing important work, so any information is important.
and she hands you a key, and she says, "Oh, that's to his apartment as well. You'll need the keypad and this key." Um, and she's sort of like
I
you can tell she looks a bit guilty, but it also is you can also tell it's because you came clean in a certain way that she believes you and
mhm.
believes you can do something important.
And I quickly palm the key and like a magician just have it go down my sleeve. And I look over at her and I say, how is Harry's family?
I I don't know really. Um, it's been quite a long time um since he's spoken to his wife. She's a doctor, I think. Um, I remember he wasn't speaking to her for quite some time, but then recently, he asked me to call her, um, to get some information from her. Um, Seems as there might have been a bit of a row, but he really needed some information about some sort of chemical. Uh, she's a medical person, so she would know about it. Um, some sort of like Percocet or fluorocarbons or something like this. Um,
Would it happen to be Declan?
yes, that's the name of it. Um, he wanted me to ask her about it. She seemed a bit cross, actually. Um, I think they've not been speaking for a bit. Yes, but he asked about it. Um, she seems to know things. Um, well, she told me to tell him that he had some other questions too. And this, and she sort of looks like, oh, I should have mentioned this. This was just about a week ago, right before he vanished, actually. He hadn't spoken to her, well, for some time at all. It's been at least 6, 7, 8, 9 months before he had spoken to her, almost a year. And of course, it's a bit of a trickiness. Ever since he'd been seeing Olga, hadn't really spoken to his wife. But then, uh, after about a week ago, he asked me to call her. Well, he apparently called her, and then she hung up. And then he asked me to call her and ask her these questions. Quite odd. Um, he wanted to know about how blood is stored. How he wanted to know about synthetic blood products. About tissue regeneration. Um, it seems like, well, I don't know what it was. I don't know why he was caring about that. I thought it was odd. But he had a bunch of terms, including that one you were talking about, that he wanted explanations for. And she said that perfluoroctechalin was a compound used as the key ingredient in various synthetic blood substitutes in the 1990s. And that she'd heard that the Russians were continuing to experiment with perfluoroctechalin-based substances, that out in the West had sort of not been as popular, it sort of went to the wayside, but apparently they were still working on it. Apparently, she said that it had some sort of promise with treating damaged or crushed tissue. Apparently, I just relayed this. The molecules are smaller, much smaller than hemoglobins, and so that the fluid from the deca thing can carry oxygen through damaged blood vessels that a normal blood wouldn't be able to traverse. But it's mostly found in high-end cosmetics. Rather, I mean, nowadays you're most likely to see it there in just high-end cosmetics and that sort of thing. But apparently yes, that's and I had to give that information to him because apparently they're a bit on the outs. Yes,
It's
some sort of
it's a complicated thing.
blood substitute for the hemoglobins.
I've definitely. It lines up with what I have recently read up on the topic.
Ah, yes, but he
Is
was
there
very
anything
interested in it all of a sudden.
and within the last week, you said?
Right before he went away, he made me make the call to his wife to get the information, and he got it, and he rushed out.
Did he mention any towns or locations?
No, he didn't. He had to meet with someone, though. That's what he said. Uh, Someone who would have some information for him about investments, I imagine.
Okay, all right.
And you can tell she's skeptical about the investments, but she
Yeah.
wasn't given more info.
Well, investments has a different definition for some
Yes.
of us.
And I do hope it's all. I hope. And you can tell now she's feeling a little bit guilty. I don't mean to cause any trouble between him and his wife. She doesn't know about Olga, of course.
Oh no, it's even in the best of times, you can't really figure out what's happening between couples. So I wouldn't think about it too much. And I wouldn't fret about your involvement with anything. Harry would never put you in danger if he did not have to. And even if he did, he would make sure you had some sort of backup plan.
I'm sure he'll be back, though. I don't know why. I don't know what that was all about. I also don't understand why he would call his wife to ask those things if he could just ask someone else. I mean, that Morozov, he was a sort of a blood doctor, wasn't he? So couldn't he just ask those questions to that fellow? I don't know why, but
Sometimes you just have to ask the people you trust the most in this world the most important questions.
yes, I guess so. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, please do let me know, because I would like to have him back. He's a very good boss.
I will say, I am the person on this job. No one else is. If anyone else comes asking about Harry and anything he may be involved in, You do not tell them anything more than they have to know. Do
All
not
right.
put yourself in danger, though.
All
If it
right.
is life or death, you tell them everything you need to. You do what you need to survive, if anything, if it comes down to it.
All right. But I
You
don't
can't
know
be loyal if
much.
you're dead.
Oh, yes.
You tell them whatever you need to, okay? You are important to Harry, and therefore you are important to me.
All right. I've put a card on the playmat for you.
Oh. Should I flip it?
You should. You should absolutely flip it.
Contact. Tara Talwood, personal assistant. Coleman's secretary. Let's go.
She is now a contact of yours because she trusts you now.
Oh,
Hmm.
I hope to trust her also.
She will get up and give you a hug, like a really quick hug, before she will hustle out of this pub, leaving you there. I do want to know where you plan on going next. You have 3 different addresses and a meeting the next day.
I am
Morozov's apartment, Harry's apartment, and Olga's apartment.
I'm gonna go do some good old fashioned stakeout at Olga's apartment, or near Olga's apartment. I want to see her.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try to see her.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see what her habits are, if anybody comes in and out. Just good old fashioned surveillance work at Olga's for the night. That's what I would like to do.
Okay.
I want to find some apartment across the way or something to break into and just surveil Olga's house, or like somewhere empty. If nowhere's empty, then I will simply just do some good old fashioned sleuthing in the darkness.
Olga, I'm going to give you this before we end.
Ooh.
Because we're there. Olga lives in a brutalist sort of concrete residential apartment block. And it's kind of grimy, kind of miserable, this huge block. And as you're staked out across the place from this. And you have to wait quite some time, and it might occur to you that it doesn't really seem like she and Harry travel in the same circles, all the way on the other side of town as she is. And she doesn't seem to leave until quite late. You see her leave the apartment, and she travels. She walks. You can follow her. She moves like she wants to not be seen, right? Like she's trying to ditch in case anyone were following her. And she's not good at it. She's not bad at it, but she's not the best at it, I suppose, is the best way to put it.
Yeah.
And she goes to a different part of town, completely separate from all the other places that you've seen. And she's wandering around, and she's clearly looking for an apartment. But she doesn't seem to know the exact address. And she gets to, like, about this one apartment block that she's not certain of where it is. And she looks up at this apartment, and she thinks that this might be the place you think. And you see that she's about to go into this apartment. She's looking up at the 3rd floor, and it looks like she's about to go into this apartment block. And then she sees the curtain move. And she hustles up there. And if you wait a little bit, she comes back out after a very short amount of time looking sort of disappointed. And she looks back up at that window with a curtain that moved, as if maybe she's doubting her own what she saw. Like maybe she didn't see anything after all. And she seems disappointed. And she makes her way back, trying to make sure she's not being followed. Makes her way back to her apartment. Again, trying to make sure she's not being followed. But it seemed as if when she saw the curtain move, or she thought she saw the curtain move, she seemed very excited. Like, oh, yes, right? She rushes up there. And then she comes back down as if maybe she was wrong. Maybe she didn't see anything after all. And she goes back to her apartment. And you can see that every once in a while she looks out of the window of her apartment block, hoping to see someone, probably Harry. But she doesn't.
And I stay posted there and seeing what she does until I have to leave to make my appointment at noon.
Yeah. And that apartment, by the way, is a rundown. That place that she went to, not hers, the other place, was run down, completely nondescript, anonymous tower block. And how many times have you been to Moscow?
Oh man. Maybe like 5. This is probably 6. All for undercover work, except this time. Well, I mean, technically, I guess this is also undercover work, but those were like deep in the undercover. So all in all, maybe like 2 years of my life I've been in Moscow, just separated.
Okay. And you know Coleman,
in the past 10 years. Yes, I know Coleman. We worked together for a good while.
That apartment that she went to, you think you recognize its address. You'd have to look up the address to make sure, to double check. But when you actually get the actual address of that place, you do recognize it. It was a safe house. Harry told you that if you ever got into trouble and you needed a place to hide out, you could go to that place. It's a cutout. There's probably no actual information that would tie it back to British intelligence. So, right, it can't be traced that way. But there are numerous safe houses like this all throughout Moscow. A couple, not so many, but there are some, known only to very few. And this one would be one that Harry gave you if you needed a place because you were in trouble. But that was some time ago. That was a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And usually these places don't stay in circulation forever. So it might be that this safe house is probably decommissioned, or at least officially decommissioned. But this is the address of a safe house that Harry gave you once, a few years ago, in case things went really bad.
Oh, that's so interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And wildly concerning.
Mm. And she, Olga, went there. And seemed to not... She seemed to be a little uncertain, right? Because she was looking at addresses. It seemed to you like she maybe hadn't been there before, perhaps. Because she did spend some time trying to figure out which place it was. All these buildings look the same. Um, and then she figured it was that one. She went up there and then she came out disappointed. So it looked to you like maybe she was looking for Harry and then didn't
Yeah.
find him. Maybe she didn't actually get the right place. But you know it was the right place, but she seems to have thought that it wasn't.
Yeah. Um, Wild. So yeah, I follow her back to her apartment and I continue to stake out until the morning and probably until like however long it's going to take me to
Yeah.
walk to Golby Park. A
I will
Gorky
tell you,
Park, I say there.
uh, while you're staking out, a motorcycle gang rides by like at 2 or 3 in the morning. They ride up,
Hmm.
they sort of look around at the apartment blocks, trying to see if they can figure out which one they're looking for, and then they move on. They drive off. And they're definitely a motorcycle gang. And
Yeah.
they were also definitely looking for something, could not find it, and moved on. And they did look a little menacing. They did not see you, but they seemed to like just. And then you could see them go like further down the block, stop, look around. They seem to have been like just trying to. They were looking for something or someone.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. That said, I know how I would like to end this,
Oh,
if
okay.
you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Gorky Park at noon.
Hmm.
How are you dressed?
Um, Gorky Park. Is Gorky Park just like a normal park, like
Yeah.
grass? You go
Hmm.
there.
Yep.
Um,
By the
12
way,
at noon.
you will know Roskova because Roskova will be wearing um, a black beanie and instructed you to also wear a beanie so that you might recognize each other.
Um, 12 o'clock at noon on a
Mm-hmm.
weekday. I
Mm-hmm.
am
Mm-hmm.
rolling up um in kind of like casual business attire
Mm-hmm.
of
Mm-hmm.
an ice drink
Mm-hmm.
in my hand and
Mm-hmm.
showing up like I'm on my lunch break
Mm-hmm.
and I'm wearing a scarf and a beanie.
Mm-hmm. As you're there, there's there are people wandering about, and you see a woman with a beanie and a small dog walking towards you.
Uh-huh.
And she's farther away, and she gets closer and closer. And as she gets closer, you clock her beanie, she clocks yours. And as you start coming closer, there's something else. She's maybe a year or two older than you, perhaps,
Mhm.
you'd say. She's about your height. Hard. She looks a bit harder than you. Um, she also looks a lot like you, actually. And maybe you remember people saying that you were the MI6 version of her, and you were saying, joking, right, that she was the FSB version of you. But as you come face to face with this woman, you are struck by how you both have similar facial features and coloring, hair texture, the shape of your jaw, cheekbones. You look quite similar. quite similar.
Is that where you want to end it, or do you want me to react to
That's
this?
exactly where I want to end it. That's where we're ending it. Right there.
Oh boy.
Very similar. Just super, super similar. But that's where we're going to end it. That's where we're going to end it. That's it.
Oh my god.
Yeah. She looks a bit surprised, actually, by your similarity.
Well, that makes two of us. Except I hide it well.
Yeah, she does too. Like there's like there's that like little flash of a moment, like, it. Yeah, you both clock it like, oh, okay, that's weird. Yes.
Like, are you seeing this? Because I'm seeing this.
Yeah. But like, we're too cool to actually acknowledge it. But like, whoa, hold on a second. Yeah. Especially when you're both wearing beanies, it's like, oh, it's a little bit like looking into a mirror. Not like you're twins, but more like, I don't know. Like
fraternal twins.
Like she could be like your older sister. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's wild. Oh my god. What a cliffhanger, Trooper. I can't believe. Oh my gosh.
Pardon me. I got a little bit of an evil laugh in my throat. Sorry about that.
Happens to the best of us.
That's where we're going to end it right now. As we ended it, you now have a new contact, Tara Tallwood.
Oh, yes.
And you have 3 good well, actually now 4. You have 4 locations that are interesting to you. This old safe house, Harry Coleman's apartment, Dr. Morozov's apartment, and then also Olga's apartment. And right now you're at Gorky Park meeting with an FSB agent. Nina Roshkov, who was raised by her aunt and was recruited into the FSB shortly after she graduated from college, and was dogged, serious, prickly, not a lot of friends in the agency. You know how it is. I mean, I suppose you don't know how it is, because that's weird. Yeah. So, my friend, why don't you...
Yeah?
Why don't you... Oh, and a huge amount of money from somebody who has FSB connections came into Cathedral Dome, apparently under Harry's name, but he was already missing by then. And it was Hestridge that said, this should, it's, you know what, anyway, why don't you tell us who you are and where we can find you and what's going on through Loki's head right now?
Hi guys, I am PB from PBPlaysInside, where you can find me over on Twitch, Twitter, and Bluesky, though I'm more active on Bluesky than I am on Twitter. I stream throughout the week in the evenings. Usually I usually do either some video games, and also recently I've been doing a little bit of arty stuff for my solo teacher RPG I'll be running sometime in the fall. And it's just going to be a lot of stuff to make. And we're taking it slow and steady because it's going to be a little bit of a busy beginning of the fall for me. So
same,
taking it slow and steady. Oh, it's so close. And yeah, oh my God, Loki, gosh, so much is going, because here's the thing. Not too like there's been some weird stuff that's happened to Loki for sure. But not that much of what's happening can't just be kind of explained away by science.
Yeah.
Like the weirdest thing is that rat, but even that could be kind of explained away if she really thought about it.
Yeah.
And like even like the blood stuff and the plurifluorine, all of that stuff is kind of explained away. She's still thinking some sort of biochemical something is happening. Maybe
Yeah, he
super
must have
soldiers.
On the trail of some kind of biochemical weapon of some sort.
Yeah, it's like it makes sense until I think about it a little too hard. Then it kind of falls apart. But she hasn't had time to think about it too hard yet because she has so many leads, and it's not all like I have a lot of pieces, but not a lot of things to connect together as of yet. So I am concerned about it all, TBH with you. I don't know how Harry is. I don't know where Harry is. I'm starting to think he's not out in the middle of nowhere. I'm starting to think he's kidnapped, or he's held hostage somewhere. Maybe he has information, and that's kind of best case scenario if he's held somewhere trying to get information out of him, because that can last a while. But yeah, and now, but like Olga, the motorcycle gang, secret twin, question mark, all of that is gonna throw kind of a wrench into things. But we'll see how much that affects her starting at the beginning of next session, because she has a goal, and that's to save Harry. So most things can go on the wayside aside from that, unless they can't. But like, I won't know until I know, right?
Yeah. What I think is exciting is that it seems really like there's this very mundane situation, which is that Linklaith and Hestridge are probably trying to like push out Harry so they can take over Cathedral Dome and just make huge amounts of money. That seems very normal. Maybe they did something to him. Who knows?
That'll be the easy answer, huh?
It would be that. I'm sure that's it. And he's just having an affair with this woman, and nothing is weird going on.
But here's the thing: Loki doesn't think he's having an affair with this woman. I don't think that Harry is incapable of having an affair. I don't know Harry's life like that, especially now after so many years. But something about his relationship and how he's been treating Olga. Harry has always been more attached than I have. He has more attachments than I do. As evidenced by Tara. I do not. Because it's dangerous in a spy game to have attachments.
It is.
So I don't. And only very recently have I gotten close to one vet. So, and even she doesn't know anything about me. And I keep it real careful. She's lucky she knows my real accent. Like, so, the fact
May I confirm something?
Oh, go for it. Yeah.
I do want to confirm that Harry never struck you as the kind of person to have an affair. That really didn't make a lot of sense to you. I mean, like, he's not the kind of Harry is not the kind of person who would have an affair. But now you have at least two people who are pretty convinced that he was having an affair with this folklorist.
But not the way they described it, though. They never described affair behavior. They only described what one would make look like intimate behavior. But him being adamant about keeping her safe, that rings very, very similar to things that if Loki were to put herself in the shoes of Harry, of trying to protect someone that is out and about, she would do very similar things, if not more drastic things, to keep them safe. So being someone who learned from Harry, she does not believe that Olga is an affair partner. She thinks that there's something up with Olga, and Loki thinks that Olga is the key to whatever this is, because they met around the same time as Harry started getting kind of obsessed with stuff.
That is correct. It was short. That is correct. That is exactly correct. It was about the same time he started getting obsessed with stuff that they met.
So, but I don't know why. And that is the part that is, that Loki thinks is going to be the key to it. But Loki doesn't think she can approach Olga.
Mhm.
That's the issue. If
Mhm.
it were as easy as walking up to Olga and being like, "Hey, I'm Harry's friend. I kind of want to know what's up." I don't
Yeah.
think that'll go
Yeah.
over very well. She
Yeah.
feels, even before I
Yeah.
met her, she felt cagey.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I want to instead do spy shit and spy on
Mhm.
her,
Mhm.
because
Mhm.
that'll answer more questions for me than actually speaking to her. I feel at this
Mhm.
very point in time, unless I get more exact information,
Yeah.
unless Morozov, unless our FSB agent gives me a good amount of information that I could approach Olga with, I don't think I'm getting anything out of Olga. So that's where I'm at. There's a lot of things. There's some things that make connections, but there's no answers for me yet.
Yeah.
That's where Loki's
Well,
at, and PB.
yeah. Yeah. Oh, I will note, if he's been only missing for a week, there might still be evidence in these places. So you'll have to just check it out, but find out what your FSB contact, the Russian Loki, or you are the British her, has to say. I'm sure it'll be fine.
And she only has my face.
You just look a lot alike.
Technically she's older. Damn it, I have her face. Fuck.
It's true. I would say she's probably like maybe 2 years older than you, 2, 3-ish, about that. Close in age. Close in age.
It's so older. God damn it. But thank you so much, Trooper, for inviting me to this game. It's so much fun. I never know what's gonna happen next.
Oh, you have gotten a lot of stuff, and I'm sure his interest in weird blood substitutes is not at all strange, and
No.
I'm sure that weird large amount of money coming from that guy that's a timber magnate that all of a sudden just started getting involved in that weird substitute blood thing is also a coincidence, and nothing weird is happening there. Oh, he's also elite, I guess. You could probably try to track him down.
Yes. Oh, I'm going from more reasonable to less reasonable to go an approach.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going FSB, I'm going Morozov, and then I'm going to the other guy. Meanwhile, spying on Olga in
Yeah.
between.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. I'm excited for that because that's going to mean some stuff, some exciting things.
Oh,
Just, that's cool. You'll just, yeah. So I'm troopersjp, and you can find me tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern over on my channel for the finale of Cthulhu Confidential, ex Astoria, with Jackie Dash as our reporter, Vivian Sinclair. And then Wednesday, you can find me over at Laugh Love Lindy's channel at 8 p.m. Eastern for Writing Between the Lines. And then for RPGs, you can find me on Friday at 7 p.m. Back on my channel for Crash Jones, Space Adventurer, and the Asteroid Dungeon of Peril as we go through Death Traps. And then we'll be back here next Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern for part 3 of Seasons of Death Spring, The Deniable Woman. You know what's funny?
what?
Nina Roscoff could also be a deniable woman.
I hate that for both of us.
I think it's fine. You know what I mean? I think it's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about it at all. Yeah. You know what? I think it'll be fine. So I am going to. We should go see if we can raid somebody. Let's do that before. Let's see if there's anybody raidable, and if there is, we will raid them. Before we go, let's see if there's anybody really exciting who's up, who we could say hey to in a good and exciting way. And if not, we'll just go. I don't know who's we're going to see. Let's see. By the way, you can find me at troopersjp here and on YouTube. And you can find me at Academic Foxhole on Twitter, troopersjp on Bluesky, Academic Foxhole on Patreon for the shows, and then also we have a fourth wall shop, merch shop. So I don't think any of our peeps are up right now. So instead of rating, we're just gonna go. That's it. So thank you. We will. Dimples and Dice is on the playmats. Oh, okay. Hold on. The playmats? Well, this is good to know. Hold on. Let me search. The playmats. The playmat. Great. That's where we're going. We're going to go and raid the playmat and give them some love. Thank you. Do not forget, here is our raid command, and we will raid after our credits are done. Thank you, everybody. And I will see you tomorrow and the next week for more of this when it gets a little bit ridiculous. Goodbye, everybody.